French, because the session will be in Spanish. Everybody got, yes, the headsets. Thank you.
Igual, we can start in 5 more minutes, or it's like really on the count?
It's up to you. It's up to you.
Partamos nomás mañana.
Translation.
Primero, que se sienten en pareja.
No, pero eso, pues, es que no es necesario que sea como tan estructurado.
Es que siento que es mejor decirlo antes de presentar que interrumpir la presentación para que se sientan.
O sea, yo me refiero de que lo pueden hacer en grupo o no, pero como que lo decidan ellos. Porque igual vamos a perder tiempo en quedarme en los grupos, que se empiezan a conversar. Y si cada uno puede traer la herramienta solo.
Pero la actividad
Tiene una actividad de Wikimania.
de conversación. Entonces pueden trabajar de 2, de 4, de 3.
Ya digo,
Pero la actividad necesita...
sí, pues la del debate, sí.
Mira, generalmente en las otras sesiones,
¿Ya?
como que dicen, si quieren trabajar en grupo, pueden hacerlo, pero no le dedican mucho tiempo, o sea, la gente como que se une rápido. Igual como para que lo tengan fácil,
Ya, ok.
son bien ordenados.
Ya. Esto está prendido, sí. ¿Ya parto nomás?
Dame un segundo. Estas preguntas me cuesta mucho hacerlas en español cuando están en inglés. Al final son preguntas de cierto distinto o de si la fuente es de
Pero eso es para el cierre. Sí, ya está bien.
¿Queremos 5 minutos? A ver.
No, es que tenemos poco tiempo. Hay que partir en 1 minuto. A las 35.
Dale.
You can check find the language you wish. English, French. Hello, do you need translation because the session is in Spanish? If you need translation in English, I will provide you.
Parto, yo creo. Ya vamos a partir. Carla, ¿me vais pasando?
Sí. Preséntanos.
Sí.
¿Voy a pasar uno?
¿Pasó? No. Ahí creo que va a pasar.
Ahí pasa.
Ahí sí.
Ok.
Okay, so I'm about to start, so if you want to put your headphones, please. Otherwise, you won't understand me. I'm about to start, in case you want to put the... Ok. Buenos días. Voy a partir haciéndoles una pregunta y es ¿cómo ustedes identifican si un texto tiene sesgo? Puede ser por el tono, por las citas que tiene o incluso por las palabras que omites. Siguiente. Cada vez hay más textos que se generan, más artículos, copias de texto incluso, generados con inteligencia artificial. Y no lo controlamos. cada vez son muchos más volúmenes, se genera mucha más información en cada segundo, cada minuto. Y estamos quedando atrás, sobre todo porque esto va avanzando muy rápido y nosotros dejamos de... Ah, no, oh, okay. So they don't have translation, so... Sorry? Okay.
I'm running to the manager.
Estoy pensándolo. Sí, eso me están preguntando. Sí, puede ser. Parto de nuevo, entonces yo creo. Sí. Ah, ya, sí, perdón.
Que me reúno junto.
Okay, no sé a quién. Sorry. But we continue. They here first
I'm
to.
Pablo. I'm volunteering for doing live translation if needed.
Spanish, English?
Yeah.
Please.
Okay.
Do you need
So-
another microphone?
Okay. Do we organize a group or do I think it's
There is a translation, or you mean microphone?
or I put on a corner people.
I don't know the system.
Whatever you want, I can do the same with other groups. So maybe we can divide groups and I can also translate them. Whether
I think in the meantime, until we can get this to
Okay.
function,
Yeah.
we need to
Microphone.
get a microphone,
Okay.
go
We need one more.
sentence to sentence, sentence to sentence.
Do you prefer?
no, whatever you can begin and then if you need
Okay, it's
to
prefer.
change
Because
it.
I can imagine this is a Wikimedia Chile work, right? So
¿Cómo prefieran?
esto es un trabajo que estás con ellos, ¿no?
Sí, o sea,
Por visibilidad yo creo que está bien que sea
Okay.
vosotros.
Well,
Okay. Dale. Devuélvete.
Salvo que si en
No,
algún momento
that's
levantas la
okay.
mano, te reemplazo gustosamente. Pero para-
perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. He's going to translate for us.
So, thank you.
He's from Chile also, so okay. Good morning. Bueno, I can say that. Voy a empezar con una pregunta.
Okay, so good morning. We're going to begin with a question for all of you.
¿Cómo ustedes identifican el sesgo en un texto?
So, how do you think it's possible to identify bias in a text?
Puede ser por el tono, por las citas que tiene,
Maybe because when you look for tone of the text, or maybe when you look for the references,
o quizá por incluso las palabras que se omiten en el texto.
or maybe it's because the information that is not present or information that is omitted in the text.
All of them, maybe more. Nosotras somos Carla Paredes y Daniela Ávila from Chile y and we are presenting our platform for bias and debate and inference. So cada vez se generan mucho más volúmenes de textos, artículos, copias de texto.
So there is a lot of new text and also articles and copy information that are every time more or there is more of these texts on the internet every day.
Incluso con la inteligencia artificial ahora es mucho más fácil quizá redactar una nota o un artículo.
And using AI is even more easier to write some of these articles or texts.
Y dado esto, nos estamos quedando atrás en analizar, criticar y cuestionar estos textos.
So it's not easy to analyze, to criticize all these texts or this high volume of text that are going on the internet.
Por eso mismo es mucho más difícil identificar los sesgos, sobre todo cuando la inteligencia artificial incluso sabe argumentar, no necesariamente siendo lo correcto.
That's why it's so hard right now to identify all these biases, taking into consideration that AI is it's getting better into creating new arguments for these texts.
Dale. Así que llegamos a la pregunta de cómo pasamos este sesgo, esta sensación de sesgo, a un número.
So the question was that how can we maybe move from this question of how bias is into a number?
Así que primero lo que vamos a hacer hoy es, bueno, responder el cómo y el por qué. A continuación usaremos una herramienta para que la IA debata y otra que nos ayudará a practicar cómo nosotros inferimos cosas de los textos.
So the idea now is to show you two different tools. The first of all of these tools is a tool that is made for two different AIs to debate on a certain text, and the second one is to analyze how bias is present on this text.
A partir de esto, ¿cómo podemos hacer que el sesgo sea analizable a partir de números?
So the question is again, how can we make that bias is how can we analyze bias through numbers?
Esto primero se hace analizando desde dónde viene el sesgo. Y
So we're going to begin analyzing where does bias come from.
Estas son 4 características del sesgo que podríamos decir que se podrían cuantificar. Primero tenemos el léxico para poder observar el sesgo.
So we're going to show you 4 different characteristics that we have identified on bias, and the first of them is lexical statistical.
Esto se divide en 4 partes. Primero está la parte de la diversidad léxica, que esto significa que a partir de cuántas palabras totalmente diferentes hay en el texto versus la cantidad de palabras completas del texto.
So the first one is lexical diversity, and it is about how many different words are in the text. Carla, can you please repeat how many words are in the text?
La cantidad de palabras totalmente diferentes versus la cantidad total de palabras.
Okay, so the different amount of words versus the total amount of words. And I think that it's only French?
Yeah, the organizers are trying to get the English translation onto the English channel.
Okay.
But you're doing
Okay,
great.
thank you very much. English is also coming. Okay. Okay, all right.
1, 2, 3. ¿Se escucha? ¿Sí?
Yes?
Bien.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone.
Gracias, Pato.
Need headphones for the translation. I'm here.
Ya. Entonces, la segunda parte en la que se divide el léxico es la cantidad de términos o la frecuencia de términos que se ocupan dentro de todos los datos de la información que queremos analizar. En este caso, analiza qué tantas veces se repite una temática y a partir de eso identifica la temática del paper o de los datos que estamos observando. Luego de eso, muy de la mano, está la relevancia. Esto se hace analizando los términos que rodean los términos que más se repiten. Por eso podemos irnos más al detalle y observar a partir de estos como datos o palabras de qué se trata más a detalle nuestra información. Y por último está la sintaxis, complejidad, gracias. Que esto se mide analizando cuántas...
Habla más cerca del micrófono, no lo alejes. Eso, solo
Ya. Entonces, ya entendí.
Yeah, now they are saying there is no sound. Can we have our real interpreter back?
Come back, please. Thank you.
Ya, ok.
Hello again. Sorry.
Ya. Continuamos desde la sintaxis.
Okay, so we're going to continue from syntaxis.
Entonces, la complejidad de la sintaxis se puede medir a partir de la cantidad de palabras por oración.
Okay, so syntaxis complexity can be measured from the amount of words on a sentence.
Y si es que una oración tiene más de 25 palabras, entonces el texto completo es más complejo versus el promedio de palabras en oraciones, que sería menos.
Okay, if a sentence has more than 25 words, it's more complex than, si tiene más de 25 palabras, más complejo que?
Más complejo que si tiene menos de 10 palabras por oración.
Okay, so if a sentence has more than 25 words, then the text is more complex than if the sentence has less than 10 words.
La segunda manera de poder llevar a números el sesgo es a partir de la semántica.
So the second form of taking bias to numbers is from the semantic point of view. It's okay? Okay, thank you.
¿Aló?
¿No?
¿Aló? 1, 1, 2, 3. ¿Se escucha bien? ¿Se traduce?
¿No?
I said yes, then they said no again.
Ah, okay.
Ya, quedémonos con Pato para siempre mejor.
Okay, I will try. So semantic right now.
Dentro de este ítem podemos entender que la coherencia entre la semántica tiene que estar presente dentro de toda la oración para hacer que este sesgo sea menor. En este caso...
Hold on. So semantics, we need that coherence. Sorry, can you repeat the idea?
La coherencia en un texto tiene que estar presente para que el sesgo sea menor.
Okay, so in order to the bias to be less, it has to be coherence. I mean, there has to be coherence inside the text, so the bias is lower.
Esto significa que un tema tiene que estar conectado con el otro a partir de toda la información que va de un tema al otro versus un tema que salta directamente al otro.
Yeah, so the topics has to be connected between each other and not, topics has to be connected between each other. That's the idea.
El otro ítem que tenemos que tener en cuenta es el reframing, que es el parafraseo, cuando hablamos de un mismo concepto, pero con palabras distintas.
Okay, so reframing is paraphrasing when you talk about a topic, but with different words.
Y también tenemos la entropía léxica, que esto nos habla de qué tan probable es que aparezca un término.
And lexical entropy is how probable is that a term is going to appear on the text.
Eso, dale.
Okay.
Interpretation is working again.
Thank you.
Sí. También tenemos el ítem del sentimiento. ¿Esto qué quiere decir? Que hay textos que están escritos de una forma que es polar. Es decir, que hay términos que van hacia un lado negativo y a un lado positivo. Es distinto decir esa persona es mala a esa persona le robó a una abuelita. Es muy distinto. ¿Por qué? Uno es objetivo y el otro es subjetivo. Entonces, a partir de esas palabras podemos entender la polaridad en el texto. A partir de eso podemos encontrar la emoción distribuida. ¿Esto qué quiere decir? Podemos observar qué tan emocional es el texto que estamos leyendo. Y qué tan cargado está, si está cargado a un lado positivo o a un lado negativo. Y a partir de eso, si lo analizamos un poco más, podemos observar la evolución del texto, en qué parte del texto está más cargado hacia lo positivo o hacia lo negativo. Esto quizá también se puede observar en textos dirigidos, por ejemplo, a la política, en donde hay como cierta carga hacia un lado que hacia el otro. Dale. Y por último, tenemos los sesgos y las referencias, que es un tema que también tenemos que observar, ya que las referencias que tiene un texto son muy importantes para saber si este está sesgado dependiendo del referente que se está ocupando. Dale. Estas son las 4 maneras de analizar el sesgo. Está la léxica, la semántica, la sentimental y las referencias. Todo esto para poder hacer un índice global de sesgo. Dale. Vas.
Ya, entonces, bueno, ya dando una pequeña introducción a como el general, les vamos a pedir ahora que inicien en la actividad, donde pueden ingresar a nuestra página, que en el fondo la van a poder probar, es noesis.makercampus.cl. ¿Y cómo funciona nuestra página? La idea es que ingresen en ella y pueden buscar directamente cualquier artículo que esté conectado con Wikimedia, o incluso ustedes pueden pegarle un texto o artículo que quieran analizar. Entonces pueden buscar, no sé, les sugiere inteligencia artificial y directamente les va a empezar a dar estadísticas y análisis del sesgo. Más adelante, cuando termine esta pequeña actividad, vamos a explicar en profundidad ya cómo calculamos estos números de una forma determinista. Entonces, la primera actividad entonces sería que abran sus computadores, quizás se junten en grupos de 2 o 3 y puedan analizar un texto a su gusto. Podemos dar unos 5 minutos. En el que ustedes prefieran, por eso adaptamos para que tuviera inglés, francés y español.
¿Cómo lo muevo para allá?
Ajá. Se puede poner en los 3.
En español, en inglés y en francés. Sí, ahí.
Bueno, ¿sí? You can what? Is noesis.makercampus.cl. It's up there. I can go back. Si quieren ver la página. That's the website, noesis.makercampus. ¿Sí? Bien. Sí, sí.
Just putting the lemma just doing first page, we put the lemma, Wikipedia lemma, like Donald Trump, or what to do. Here, I do put the lemma.
You have to, in the search button,
Yeah, if I hear Donald Trump, yeah.
What's the space?
Trump and just this way,
Because
and then I choose,
yeah, you choose
these are Wikipedia
and
articles.
then I get the statistics.
Yeah,
That's correct.
that's
Okay.
from, and if you scroll down, you get the link to the Wikipedia article, the search. En el inicio les va a mostrar, bueno, si seleccionamos, por ejemplo, un artículo, en este caso Donald Trump. Ay. Ok, primero nos va a dar una pequeña guía de todas las estadísticas que nos da y cómo se calculan, pero si ustedes bajan un poco más, ya nos empieza a dar los resultados del análisis. Por ejemplo, nos puede llevar directamente a la fuente del artículo para yo saber qué analizó. Y nos puede dar las métricas principales. En este caso, la palabra o los términos más frecuentes serían Trump, Estados Unidos, presidente, campaña, elecciones, política y así sucesivamente. Y me puede ya empezar a dar el análisis del sentimiento, el tono, el balance de la polaridad. Y todas estas estadísticas nosotras no las trabajamos con inteligencia artificial, de hecho son determinísticas. Más adelante lo vamos a explicar mejor. Y como pueden ver también me da una progresión emocional del texto. Por ejemplo, lo medimos por el párrafo y eventualmente se puede ver cómo varía el tono de este artículo. En este caso me dice las referencias y las fuentes que contiene el artículo, los dominios web detectados, el balance de perspectivas y por último mi índice global de sesgo. Eso. Y hasta ahí deberían de llegar hasta ahora. La siguiente actividad de debate es para más adelante, ¿no? Para que no tengamos spoiler.
Entonces, como resumen a lo que acabamos de ver, esto es la visualización de datos de las formas para analizar el sesgo que acabamos de hablar. ¿Ya?
Di que se puede transcribir entre idiomas.
También esta página puede ser cambiada a español, inglés o francés para su preferencia. Así que eso. ¿Le damos? Dale.
Entonces, ahí. Bueno, aquí para la actividad, en verdad, para que se puedan ir guiando, pueden ir respondiendo estas mismas preguntas entre ustedes. ¿Cuál es el tono? ¿Qué indicador está más alto? Quizá qué término se repitió más. Lo pueden probar con los temas que ustedes gusten. Y también podrían verificar si la calidad de las referencias que obtiene el artículo, si son objetivas. Siguiente. Ok, pero ¿qué hay detrás de esto? ¿Qué hay en esta caja negra que no sabemos cómo calcula todo este nivel de sesgo? Bueno, lo primero es que categorizamos, en este caso, cada palabra en 6 categorías. Todo esto lo hacemos basado del paper de Recasens, Tanescu, Niculescu, Misil y Juravsky, perdón por mi pronunciación, el cual validó miles de artículos de Wikipedia, en este caso que no tienen sesgo específicamente, y en base a esto calcularon y clasificaron todas estas palabras en estas 6 categorías: one-sided, implicatives, heritage, assertives, factices, y en porcentaje todas estas se basan en si tienen relación con la verdad, si me modifican mi perspectiva sobre la verdad, o en este caso, cómo me describen la forma de ver algo. Por ejemplo, es distinto decir esta persona entró a la cárcel por robo, o se cree que esta persona entró a la cárcel por robo. Entonces, todas estas pequeñas diferencias en las palabras o el tono, que en el fondo sí me llegan al mismo fin de que esta persona entró a la cárcel, pero esa palabra quizá antes es la que me define, en este caso, todo el contexto, todo este sesgo que quizá puede tener esta oración. Entonces así tenemos muchos más ejemplos en donde nosotros le cargamos diccionarios, en este caso para los 3 idiomas, funciona completamente para los 3 idiomas. En cada categoría, todas las palabras que nosotros identificamos en pasado, presente y futuro, para que pudiera detectarlas y las pudiera clasificar en cada categoría. Dale. Ahora, ¿cómo hacemos si un texto es muy largo o muy corto y que sea justo a esta clasificación? Calculamos la densidad. En este caso, si un texto tiene 1000 palabras y solamente tiene 10 palabras que se detectan con sesgo, entonces se calcula la densidad. En este caso sería baja. A comparación de un texto que quizá tiene la misma cantidad de palabras, pero muchas más señales. Y por último, le pusimos un límite a este porcentaje con el 5% para que fuera justo en este caso matemáticamente y bueno, no se nos saliera de control el modelo. Y bueno, a través del paper, nosotros le asignamos un peso a cada categoría. En este caso, la de one-sided es la que pesa más porque es la que se usa más comúnmente para, por así decirlo, cambiar la perspectiva o sesgar el artículo. Es la que más común se encontró y en el artículo del paper nosotros sacamos estas métricas. Y las usamos para nuestra fórmula matemática. Entonces le asignamos un peso a todas estas categorías de palabras y las ponderamos. Y en base a esta ponderación calculamos y obtenemos nuestro índice global de sesgo. Siguiente. Ok. Entonces, una vez que ya sé que algunos tienen sus ya artículos ahí en la mano de la masa, tenemos una segunda actividad que se la va a explicar mi compañera Carla.
Sí. Para esta actividad necesito que se junten en parejas o puede ser solo, pero es más de análisis. ¿Ya? Se supone que vamos a hacer una conversación. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que vamos a hacer? Vamos a ocupar IA Debate. IA Debate es una inteligencia artificial que tiene polaridad. ¿Esto qué quiere decir? Van a conversar 2 inteligencias artificiales de la temática que yo quiera a partir de la página y una va a tener un sesgo o una polaridad positiva y la otra una polaridad negativa. Así damos 2 posturas y empezamos con la conversación entre esas 2 inteligencias artificiales.
Ahí.
Dale.
Ahí.
¿Y qué vamos a hacer con esto? Lo que vamos a hacer primero es hacer este debate, generar este debate entre estas 2 inteligencias artificiales. Luego vamos a analizar los fundamentos que tiene, si es que tiene alguna falacia, algún error o algo que no calce, porque al final son inteligencias artificiales, tenemos que revisarlas siempre. Y luego nosotros como personas vamos a debatir. Una persona debería tomar la postura positiva, como si fuera la inteligencia artificial, y la segunda persona va a tomar la postura positiva. ¿Lo dije bien? Sí. Entonces, lo que vamos a hacer es ir a nuestra página noesis.makercampus.cl y vamos a buscar además una API en apis.makercampus.cl. Vamos a copiarla y vamos a colocarla en la parte de debate de la página web. Está abajo. ¿Más abajo?
Ahí.
Que primero viene el análisis y luego el debate. Y acá pegamos nuestra API, le colocamos grok y iniciamos la conversación.
En este caso, si ustedes poseen otra API de otra inteligencia artificial, ChatGPT, Cloud, son bienvenidos de usarla. En este caso, para probar el modelo, nosotros usamos Grok, en el cual si entran a la página pueden copiar las APIs que ya están creadas. Y en este caso, usar el modelo base.
Hagamos el ejercicio. Ya. Entonces, recuerden, de a dos pueden ser personales, pero la idea es analizar lo que dice esta conversación de inteligencias artificiales.
¿Le puse? ¿Ya está en Grok?
Me puse.
¿Está en Grok? Sí. Voy.
La API key que está acá se busca en api.makercampus.cl. ¿Ya?
Okay.
Prueba con...
You can try with another one. Same? Oh. Oh my god. Okay. You can go to the Grok website and get your own API key if you want. That's the website where we got the APIs. It's free, don't worry. I sorry. That's the website where we got the APIs. You can search for Grok API key on Google, and you can create your own API here. I'm going to create one. Ahí.
¿Qué pasaste?
Okay. Oh. Es porque somos muchos.
Ayer me confirmó la tercera.
No, porque ya la copiaron demasiado.
funciona.
Ok. Así se les debería demostrar. Ustedes pueden seleccionar la cantidad de rondas que pueden tomar la inteligencia artificial. En este caso está el optimista y el pesimista. ¿Sí? Se carga en este caso de las palabras o las categorías que nosotros clasificamos. Entonces toma como una parte como de esta parte negativa y de esta parte que están clasificadas más hacia lo positivo, como hacia lo bueno y lo malo, bueno y malo se podría decir.
Sigamos.
Sí.
Y bueno, para continuar, también tenemos la tercera actividad que a partir del texto analizado podemos dar preguntas para la inferencia. Esto pensado más en una clase para poder llevarla a un entorno de aprendizaje sobre la inferencia. ¿Esto qué quiere decir? A partir de una temática podemos enseñar esto a partir de preguntas que hacen analizar. Entonces, lo que va a hacer esta inteligencia artificial es arrojar preguntas como ¿por qué el autor hizo esto a partir de algún acontecimiento? Entonces, a partir de la lectura del texto, uno tiene que inferir cuál sería esa respuesta versus una pregunta que sería textual, que tiene que ver más con el contenido exacto que está en el texto. Entonces, la idea de esta actividad es poderla llevarla a clases, poder enseñar cómo poder observar el sesgo con una vista crítica, cómo podemos analizarlo a partir de diferentes mensajes, cómo podemos tomar una postura y, por último, cómo podemos inferir cosas a partir de preguntas. Dale. Falta hacer la actividad.
Sí.
Entonces, al final de la página, después de este debate, lo que podemos hacer es colocar la misma API y te van a arrojar preguntas de acuerdo al grado de complejidad que queremos ocupar. En este caso tenemos actividades para cuarto o sexto básico y dale a crear juego.
Ah, sorry.
Dale, está abajo. Entonces, acá tenemos diferentes preguntas con respuesta múltiple para poder detectar o poder inferir respuestas y así poder practicar esta habilidad que es muy importante a la hora de enseñar cosas y sobre todo en la parte de la inferencia, que es una cosa de las que más cuesta.
Nosotras, por lo general, en Chile trabajamos con el movimiento Make, no sé si han escuchado de él, pero trabajamos la mayoría de las veces con niños, llevando la tecnología, la programación, la fabricación digital, y uno de los pasos que más les cuesta, por lo general, al momento de toparse en esta situación de tener que analizar artículos, es la inferencia, porque están muy acostumbrados a recibir todo textual, a simplemente adquirir esa información y tomarla como verdadera, propia y pegarla o entregar la tarea o entregar el trabajo. Y en el fondo esta herramienta la agregamos pensando en ellos para que fuera una forma de practicar y más entretenida quizá de aprender a inferir, analizar y ver las distintas posturas que también en el fondo hace la inteligencia artificial. Entonces nuestra herramienta la quisimos presentar aquí más que nada con el sesgo y el análisis, pero sí es bueno que sepan que la pensamos para nuestros alumnos, para que se puedan divertir y se puedan conectar con Wikimedia.
Así poder incluso ocupar herramientas como la inteligencia artificial de una manera positiva quizás en el aula de clases y hacer actividades en conjunto con ella y poder analizar los datos y enseñarles a tener un juicio crítico con respecto a las cosas que arroja.
Entonces la idea es que ahora si algunos pudieron, ojalá que sí, probar la API Key, puedan quizás jugar el último juego de inferencia, pueden testear sus habilidades, ver cómo les va.
Pasa la última diapo o a la siguiente diapo. Ya, a partir de lo que analizamos hoy día, tenemos que se puede analizar el sesgo desde la polaridad de las palabras. Pero eso podría extenderse, por ejemplo, al sesgo de género. Uno, si dice mujer o si dice hombre, esas palabras no tienen polaridad. Entonces, no se puede medir la polaridad en sesgo, o sea, en el sesgo de género. Entonces, ¿cómo podríamos medirlo? Se hace a partir de desde quién escribió el texto, desde la cultura, desde las palabras que se usan. Entonces, esas son preguntas que podríamos hacernos para poder trabajar cómo detectar el sesgo de género. Otra forma de sesgo que no podemos detectar y que sería interesante poder hacerlo es el sesgo desde la autoridad, que este sesgo viene desde quién escribió esto. Si escribe, por ejemplo, un presidente un texto, se va a tomar como más en serio, va a ser sesgado, va a ser menos sesgado porque lo escribió una persona importante. Entonces, esas también son preguntas que nos tenemos que hacer para poder obtener mejores resultados y obtener mejores respuestas al análisis del sesgo. Bueno, y esa fue nuestra herramienta. Gracias por escuchar, por la paciencia con el traductor. Y muchas gracias. Si tienen preguntas, la pueden hacer ahora. Eso. Thank you.
¿There's a question? No.
Thank you. You have made a wonderful tool. Not only do I want to put all of the articles I've written into it, see how biased I am, I think this could be a research tool, and I'm thinking about how research papers could come out of this. And I'd say Wikipedia articles about religion. Is there a characteristic bias? So what I could do is put all of those articles one at a time into your fantastic interface and then copy out the numbers from your model. Is there a spreadsheet mode? Could I say the category religions and then have some output of the different scores at the same time for lots of articles?
We can... podemos hacer eso, en verdad está en desarrollo la página, lo siento. De hecho, estamos trabajando también para añadir el diccionario de todas las categorías del lenguaje que identificamos. Quizá probablemente por eso la mayoría de artículos que ustedes busquen les salga con un sesgo muy bajito, a menos que le copien uno ya demasiado sesgado. Pero la idea de nosotras es siempre seguir, sobre todo, añadiendo este diccionario de palabras en los 3 idiomas idealmente. Y bueno, agregar quizá todas esas herramientas que a ustedes los editores o administradores de wiki les pueda servir para identificar o comparar sus artículos o artículos en general. No sé si respondí bien tu pregunta. ¿Está bien? Sí, genial.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for the wonderful tool. I've seen another presentation yesterday on a similar topic, and I'm glad to see a lot of research happening in this area because there is great need for it. My suggestion for the next steps would be to go multilingual as much as possible. This is what would make it like really useful for the community. Of Wikipedia editors mostly, and you know, you could talk to the people who work with kids that would benefit from this kind of games and that we developed, you know. But it really needs to be multilingual. Like right now, we were in English, the interface was in English, but the responses of the AI were in Spanish, for instance.
Oh, okay. We're working on it. Sorry.
But it's still a very good tool.
Hello, thank you very much for your presentation and your tool. I would like to take an evil side, and what should I do if I really want my article to be biased on one side without your tool noticing? Is there still something I can include that is not detected in all your analysis?
Okay, so can you show me porque entendí un poquito. Oh, I don't know. You can look for the words that we have in our dictionary and maybe don't use that. But I don't know. I don't think that's possible.
Hola, buenos días. Muchísimas gracias por todo esto que estáis haciendo, por acercar ambos mundos y también a veces hay una constante preocupación de cómo acercar a las nuevas generaciones al movimiento y creo que esto es fundamental. En ese sentido, me gustaría preguntaros cómo ha sido la experiencia trabajando con alumnos.
Bueno, nosotras llevamos ya años siendo coordinadoras de MakerCamp, trabajamos en muchos colegios en Santiago de Chile. Es muy bonito ver cómo los chicos ya aprenden alguna tecnología, se interesan más y más y más. Entonces, creo que este tipo de herramientas los siguen acercando y creo que esa barrera solamente está porque nadie se le ha acercado y le ha dicho, oye, existen estas herramientas, las puedes usar. Entonces, es como algo que nos apasiona igual. Yo estudio informática y estudio diseño con interacción digital, entonces trabajamos con la Universidad del Desarrollo en Santiago, los traemos a la universidad, que impriman sus juegos en 3D, que programen, no sé, su Arduino Uno, su Raspberry, que puedan reflexionar, que puedan debatir. Entonces, todo este tipo de instancias y herramientas que simplemente yo se las muestro, activan esa chispita o esas ganas de seguir viendo más y en el fondo es lo que queremos lograr y lo que siempre apuntamos a. Y nada, es genial, no hay más palabras.
¿Puedo responder esa pregunta?
Sí, dale.
Para completar también, en general trabajar con alumnos y tecnología siento que es algo muy que va hacia el futuro, sobre todo si integramos estas temáticas dentro del aula de clases, más allá que en las universidades o por interés propio, porque así preparamos a los alumnos para que se puedan enfrentar al futuro. Entonces, siento que eso también es demasiado importante dentro del aula de clases.
Okay, thank you. Did I get it right that the basic detection tool is based on a model, a special model by these people you wrote down on this, and it's based only on Wikipedia corpus?
Yeah, only.
And you used diffs that removed POV edits, or what kind of model is that so the neutrality of the Wikipedia articles is the base corpus of the detection tool, right? Grok is not included because I was a bit flabbergasted by using Grok for bias detection.
Sí, más o menos. Dale.
Mira, en general la inteligencia que hicimos funciona a partir de diferentes como diccionarios y los papers que se suben son de Wikipedia si es que tú los buscas, pero además puedes copiar la información de cualquier cosa que necesites como observar o analizar. ¿Se respondí bien la pregunta?
No, creo que... Claro, ahí voy. Lo que hace el modelo primero es limpiar el artículo de todas las palabras conectores. Por ejemplo, en, a, o, todo ese tipo de palabras se van, no las cuenta. Después de eso, las clasifica según como las categorías que identificamos, que sacamos en el fondo del paper. Pero el paper solamente hizo este estudio con artículos de Wikimedia y que están clasificados como no sesgados. Están ya como, por así decirlo, revisados por personas. No sé si... ¿Se acerca? Lo siento.
My turn. I'd like to make an example. Let's take the end of World War II. There is the word liberation. It was a liberation for some Germans, for the others it was a capitulation. Would your tool measure this, and is it a bias at all? I mean, it's just seen the same thing, the same event, from different point of views, but both are, you know, both have their rights to be.
En el fondo, quizá en ese sentido, claramente los textos tienen que tener esa garra, quizá esos puntos de vista. Pero, por ejemplo, si yo le pongo un texto sobre, no sé, la dictadura y en el texto dice objetivamente, en la dictadura de Chile se tomaron a X personas presas, no lo va a tomar como un sesgo, porque es objetivo. No está diciendo como la dictadura en Chile fue muy mala porque se tomaron presas personas. Entonces, en ese tipo de circunstancias, mientras sea objetiva la información, se va a tomar sin sesgo, por así decirlo. No sé si respondí tu pregunta.
No, realmente, en tu ejemplo están hechos, números. En mi ejemplo no. I'm just telling, but you know, some people see it as a liberation. It was a liberation from them because they were in concentration camps or whatever, and for the others, it was a capitulation. So if this bias is measured, is contained somewhere, without figures, just different ways of seeing the same event. So the question may not just fit your tool. Thank you very much anyway.
Gracias por la presentación, muy, muy interesante la herramienta y el trabajo que hacen. Quería preguntar si han pensado en el sesgo que a veces viene por la omisión o el silencio de ciertas voces o ciertas perspectivas, que entiendo es súper difícil de detectar. A veces, por ejemplo, algunos artículos de Wikipedia a veces tienen un template, una plantilla que dice este artículo tiene una perspectiva muy centrada en un país determinado. A veces hay algunos avisos, pero muchos artículos no tienen. Y, por ejemplo, el típico es cuando se tratan de mostrar distintas realidades de distintos países o regiones y a veces no se muestra, es muy parcial, solo, por ejemplo, un artículo traducido del inglés probablemente muestre una perspectiva estadounidense y a veces no existen esos avisos o esas plantillas y eso quizás no significa que esté, que el sesgo ese no esté. Simplemente nadie puso la plantilla. Y así con muchas otras cosas. Esa es el silencio, la omisión, la falta de una perspectiva que, claro, es mucho más difícil de detectar porque como uno detecta el silencio, ¿no?
Creo que aún no llegamos a ese nivel, pero, pero sí es interesante ver, por ejemplo, cuando lo estábamos creando, las palabras que más se repetían. Por ejemplo, yo busqué feminismo y, por ejemplo, si no se repetía mucho la palabra mujer, yo ya me iba a preocupar, pero así se repite. Entonces, quizá podría ser quizá como ya por artículo definir quizá otro tipo de lenguaje que ese tema debe de contener y verificar si lo contiene o no. Y para eso, claro, habría que también integrar como este tipo de diccionario, esta como base de datos de palabras para aplicar a ciertos temas y ciertos artículos. Gracias. Eso sería. Creo que... vale.
Hola, muchas gracias. ¿Cuánto cuesta, por ejemplo, aplicar el algoritmo a todo el Wikipedia en español o en inglés, por ejemplo? ¿Se podría aplicar a todos los artículos?
Sí, a todos los artículos. Es que el modelo en el fondo es una fórmula matemática, es determinista. Entonces simplemente la aplica y lo genera muy rápido.
Sí, pero se podría aplicar para millones de artículos para comparar y ver cuántos serían.
No lo hemos comprobado todavía, pero es como uno de los siguientes pasos.
Gracias.
Yeah, thank you so much for the great tool. My question is kind of similar to what he just asked. As you're looking at developing maybe an export of a spreadsheet after analysis, what are the possibilities of me doing like an analysis on more than one article in one session?
Okay. Bueno, creo que ya se ha repetido también de antes esa pregunta. De momento solamente permite hacerlo por un artículo a la vez, pero sí es una posibilidad que agreguemos quizá un dashboard para los editores y puedan escanear o analizar distintos tipos de artículos a la vez. Es como una forma de escalar la página. Eso. ¿Alguna pregunta? ¿Otra pregunta? ¿No? Muchas gracias a todos ustedes por su tiempo, por su feedback. Que tengan buena tarde.
I'm glad the system worked.
Thank you.
still setting up the room.
Thank you.
That's why I'm staring all around.
Do you have a PowerPoint presentation, or is it just the Zoom?
No, just the Zoom. There was just a slide. There was one slide. Il y a un slide. Il y a un slide. That's it.
Elle est où la slide?
Une.
Dans l'ordinateur?
Ouais. Non, non, mais l'ordinateur.
Elle est là où?
The link is in the program.
Ok, ok. C'est nous qui l'avons vers là-haut. Parfait.
Oui,
D'accord, Capitaine. Non, c'est pas
Does anyone else need translation headphones?
Solène.
So this is for your benefit. The actual stream is coming from their own Zoom link, or from their computer up there. So this will not impact the show.
Thank God. Hello. Welcome. No big changes.
Oh wow, full house. All right. Please remind them that it is being live streamed.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Good morning and welcome to the State of Wikimedia and AI. We want to begin. This session is being live streamed, so please take that into consideration. And we are starting off with my co-host, Solène. Should below.
Right. Hello, everyone. I'm really excited first to see such a full room for our panel about the state of Wikimedia and AI in 2026, and we're going to look at this through the prism of the values of this Wikimania 2026, so freedom, equity, and reliability. So for this amazing panel, we have great guests. We have Netta Hussein, who is a physician and a Wikimedian. Jimmy Wells, the founder of Wikimedia, which I don't think I should introduce anymore. We have Lane Baker, president of Wikimedia LLC, which runs Wikimedia Enterprise. Chris Albon, the senior director of machine learning and data engineering at the Wikimedia Foundation. Ilario Valdelli, the innovation program manager for Wikimedia Switzerland. And we have also remote Audrey Tang, who is a digital pioneer. She was Taiwan's former digital minister and is also generally someone leading advocacy for open source governance with initiatives such as Civic AI. So thank you all for being here. Shani?
And we have Solène
Yeah.
co-moderating this panel. Do you want to introduce Solène?
Yeah, I'm Solène Laza. I'm the head of product strategy for linked open data products, so products such as Wikidata and Wikibase Suite, Wikibase Cloud at Wikimedia Germany. And we have Xavi Evenstein-Sigalov with us, which I will leave you introduce yourself.
Yeah, hi everyone. I think I know many of you, but to those who don't know me, my name is Shani. I am the lead researcher these days of AI Bridges and very happy to be here. So without further ado, let's begin. We have a really packed panel and we really hope that we have also a chance for you to ask some things in the end as we get closer to the end. Wikipedia is 25 years old this year. Yay. We're celebrating, all of us. For most of those years, the question was how we build the sum of all human knowledge. This year, I think, for the first time, the harder question is who gets to use it, how, and on whose terms. That's the crossroad in our title: freedom, equity, and reliability. And we have 6 amazing people to share their thoughts, each of them coming from a different perspective to this topic. And we'll open with 2 of them. The person who actually started all of this, and the person who has taken it outside of our movement, maybe the furthest. Jimmy, 25 years in, Wikipedia has never been more used, but never been less visited. You've seen the whole chessboard. You are on the board of the Wikimedia Foundation, on the board of the Wikimedia Endowment, and you know the communities maybe better than anyone. Could you open our discussion by sharing what are the 2 or 3 real challenges AI puts in front of this movement, not the one necessarily in the press, but the ones that we need to pay attention to and that we are least prepared for?
Okay, yeah, well, so I would push back a little bit on one piece of the question. Wikipedia has been less visited. I remember, I think 3 people came to Wikipedia the first day. And so let's remember, despite the fact that we should be concerned about a drop in traffic and a drop in visibility, we're still incredibly famous, incredibly used all around the world. And so we need to take advantage of that we are still considered really, really important by the vast majority of people who love Wikipedia and so on and so forth. Even if they visit less, it's not because they like us less, it's because we're not showing up as much. In terms of the challenges, I would say there's 3. So, one challenge is precisely that, visibility. How people are finding information online is changing because you can get a quick answer from AI summaries, and then that may lead you to do deeper research somewhere other than us. So that's one of the big challenges, the traffic challenge. The second is, of course, the technical challenges of AI scraping and people, using our content, not using our content. I'm talking about the technical challenges on our infrastructure, and I think actually a piece of that we haven't seen as much yet, but we will see increasing in the near future, is people, it's one thing to say that there's all these AI companies who are heavily scraping our content, so enterprises sort of sorting that problem out and charging them money. But we're about to see more and more people with very easy to use agentic AI on their own machine. So the person who has in the past typically ended up looking at 3 or 4 Wikipedia entries in a month may now see 0 Wikipedia entries with their own eyes, but their machine might see 50 as it researches things for them. So then we're going to have a huge amount of traffic, but no opportunity to ask them, like, could you chip in? So that's an interesting one. And then third is, like, how do we in the community deal with sort of a flood of AI slop, but also not be too angry about the AI slop that we can't see how we might use AI in a productive and positive way for ourselves. So that's kind of the landscape as I see it for those different impacts. And there's more, but I think those are the key ones.
Yeah, thank you, Jimmy. Audrey, you just heard Jimmy give us his view from the inside. You see the other direction, I think. You ran Wikipedia's protocol inside a government, and you built AI that keeps the commons rules. So from where you sit, advising states, building with these tools, what do you see as misjudging about our own moment? And what does the world actually need from this movement right now in the AI era?
Yeah, thank you, Shani, and thank you, Jim.
Ooh.
For laying it precisely. Here's real-time feedback. Okay, well, can I keep talking? Okay. So what I see us thinking in terms of a race from the inside. This year can feel like a scoreboard. Like losing some race, like readers arriving somewhere else, answers delivered by system that never show your name. But as I advise leaders in jurisdictions and spiritual leadership, I think a race with AI or a AI race is really the wrong frame. And not just for us, I say this to everyone. And because a race implies a finishing line, and the AI race has a finishing line called a singularity, which is defined precisely as something literally beyond human comprehension. So nobody can win a race whose end we cannot even reason about. And the labs sprinting hardest cannot win the race either. But we like to talk about a mission because we're a movement, right? Instead of a race. And the mission is different because a mission has milestones. And also missions are what people align with. Because Wikipedia never tried to win anyway, we try to make sure that there will be many winners at any time. Anyone could read, anyone could correct, anyone could build on it. And so the refusal to win a race is precisely why we became the knowledge layer that everything else, including language models, now stand on. So we didn't lose a race of viewership or something. I think the Wikipedia movement is the reason that there is a mission in the first place. And so what does the world need from this movement right now? I think is for us to think about what next milestones of these missions we're setting and setting them publicly with the people, not just for the people. For example, what must all the agentic system that Jimmy alluded to that answers from our knowledge do? What's the code of conduct? Showing its sources, provenance, taking corrections, returning something to the commons. All these are potential milestones. And if we frame those as milestones, then others will align with us. If we frame it as a race, they only fear us or ignore us. So the Wikipedia movement have led a mission for 25 years, and just don't let this be the year we mistake it for a race with the machines.
Thank you so much, Audrey. So you've heard from the founder and from someone who's shown us the proof that the model can actually travel beyond our movement. And now we want to hear from the rest of you. So Solène.
Yeah, so all of you, you have one sentence only to answer this question. Compared with just 3 years ago, what is the single biggest shift that AI has already brought to our movements?
The single biggest shift for me as a community member would be our reduced visibility. People don't see the edit button. They don't engage with us on our talk pages. They don't see our citations, which is the biggest problem as I face as a volunteer editor as of now.
Yes, I think it's really
what we wrote in this white paper, the third information loop. It means that people not only are kept by AI, but AI gives the feeling that there is nothing to check. The information is complete. And this is a problem of the society, it's not our only problem. I suppose that this is a very big shift.
For 20 years, people came to Wikipedia because they wanted to read an article, and along the way they became an editor, and that was a relationship with search engines, and now they're changing that relationship by trying to keep the visitor on their page, and that changes the model.
I think AI presents our movement with an opportunity to reinterpret our mission and our values in light of the way that the world works now, and that there is a genuine opportunity there to make it something that is bigger and stronger than it has ever been, if that is how we choose to interpret this moment.
Thank you all. Lane, I like that you talk about opportunity, and I think I want to first start by talking about the opportunities within our work for the movement, for the volunteers. So Chris, you run machine learning and data at the Wikimedia Foundation. We hear a lot about AI, and of course it's transforming things, but there are some aspects of it that are hype. You know, everyone wants to put AI in everything. Could you give me a piece of example of a place where you see AI is genuinely and in a valuable way transforming the way volunteers or the Wikimedia organizations are working, and maybe one place where it's basically hype?
Sure. One where it's generally useful is around things like auto moderation. So one of the tools that we made at the foundation was this auto moderator tool where communities set a threshold for like the probability that an edit is vandalism. They set that threshold themselves, and then when edits come into that community, if it's, I think on the Turkish Wikipedia, it's like 0.985. So if it's very, very, very likely that this is like vandalism, they will we'll auto revert it as part of the thing. And that the idea is that it's to free up volunteers from things like someone puts a bunch of swear words in an article, right? To free up a volunteer from having to like go spend the time and do this grunt work of like, why is there a Nazi flag on the cottagecore fashion page or something like that, right? That's been super like a really good use because it's sort of grunt work that we can take away from like people having to do that. I think the hype that I see in general is the idea that when you have these AIs, you like won't need people to do stuff, or there isn't value of humans doing stuff, because I think what I see when I talk to folks in AI is they're like, AI can write text, Wikipedia is a bunch of texts, why doesn't the AI just like write Wikipedia? But in fact, what I explained to them is what the volunteers do, what you all do, like the very last step is the text. Like you interface through text, but it's about looking at sources, making judgments, thinking about things, discussing things, and the sentences of the article are the very, very end of that. And all that other work is not just writing text. And so if you have an LLM who's just writing a bunch of text, you don't actually get there. And we see things like Grokpedia has actually really struggled from the fact that they're, by replacing humans with just AI, they've actually had lots of things. One of the articles cited the Kremlin, right? And a volunteer would have got that immediately. Like, wait a minute, this is an article on Russia and you're citing the Kremlin. That's obviously a biased source. And it's just the AI didn't get that part, right? And there is something about through discussion and through consensus building that like that is a magical model that's worked for a really long time. And the LLMs are just not there yet.
Thank you so much for this perspective. Yes, me here. Ilario, I actually want you to give us the perspective of affiliates. So Wikimedia Switzerland, as you mentioned, just released a white paper. You are supporting various initiatives around AI, and one of them is AI Bridges, and we're developing together a synthetic reasoning corpus with Playas for the movement. And we actually just had this week a launch of the Knowledge Commons AI Consortium, Mosaic. And I'm curious, what do you think affiliates specifically in our movement? Because we're trying to give you all rounded sort of perspectives from different angles of our really distributed movement. What do you think affiliates can do in this moment? And in essence, rise to the occasion because in ways maybe that we haven't in the past, so we can lead by building.
I can give only my personal answer because I don't have an answer to what affiliates can do. I think, this is my feeling, that when you should manage this big change like AI, you must shift from one answer, one strategy, to coordination. So give a distribution of choice, giving to others to try to experiment a different approach, okay? Because if you take the wrong approach, basically you lost time, mainly in this moment. Very simple.
Thank you so much. Solène?
Really, really interesting hearing both of you talk as you're both leading investments that the movement is making in the future, in AI, in new technologies. But I want to ask maybe a cheeky question. Which investment should we stop making?
In one sentence each.
Eli, you and Chris.
I can give only my perspective. In my role, I like experimentation. I must experiment. I think the best is to understand when finish experimentation and when start the product and the service. So to don't consider that everything must be transformed in product and service, and to understand what means life cycle. So something that does not produce an impact must be stopped. Very simple. I don't want to say that that is not my role, but I can bring only this perspective by my side.
Yeah. Chris?
Cheeky question, cheeky answer.
I love it.
I think what I see in among AI practitioners is very little knowledge of like what happens next. Like even the folks who are sitting in the frontier lab are surprised by things that happen every single week. And given that, I think the thing that we should think about stop doing is like planning large multi-year bets around things, and instead do lots of experiments and just be okay with experimenting. Just try stuff, because some things will work for us and some things will be a terrible idea and then we'll stop doing them. But because we don't know how this unfolds, and even the people who are making the models don't know how it unfolds, it is dangerous for us to sort of guess, oh, in 10 years, the AI will be able to do this, and that's what we should shoot for. We don't know. We don't know next year. We don't know the next 6 months. And so therefore, we should try stuff. We should be okay. And I would encourage all of you to also try stuff, right? There was at the AI pre-conference, there was a AI source verifier, and people had it wasn't perfect. It was great in some ways, and other people were like, wait, it's not that good in this way. But the idea of just experimenting.
A long sentence, Chris.
Sorry. Cheeky, avoid the one sentence part. I forgot about the part.
No worries. It was a very good answer. We're going to keep it between the two of you so we can move on to the next topic. I think we discussed technology, we discussed tools. Let's bring it back to the people. So now Shani will introduce us with the people's questions.
Yes, we sort of talked about how the tools are changing what we do, but it's time, I think, to talk about the communities and participation. And Jimmy, this one's for you. You've spent 25 years answering the question, who writes Wikipedia and Wikidata and Wikicommons and et cetera, et cetera. You all know that this is just a brand name for many, many other things. How does AI change what it means to be a Wikimedia contributor these days, and where should it not change?
Yeah, I mean, where I think it changes is I think just as we have always had a small minority of people in the community who are using bots of various kinds because they have the technical ability to do it and they get approval from the community, and it's incredibly helpful. I think we'll start to see people using AI bots in the community, again, subject to community approval and thoughtfully, some of these experiments will begin to work and so on and so forth. I think what shouldn't change, well, it shouldn't change in the sense of we shouldn't give up on it, but we should double down on it. If we're having a slower, fewer people seeing Wikipedia in the first place, fewer people starting their journey as an editor, we have to really, really, really take very seriously to heart being nice to newbies, welcoming people into the movement. We've always said this, right? But we also had the luxury of being the 5th most popular website on the internet, and actually we had plenty of people came to us all the time, many of them not actually here to write an encyclopedia. They were a pain in the neck, and obviously you can accidentally get into an attitude that outsiders aren't good. So we have to really sort of really welcome people and begin to explain to them about our values and what we're here for and all of that.
Netta, so representing the volunteer, the community perspective, you edit medical content, and it's clearly an area where the stakes of hallucination or the wrong sentence are very, very high. What does AI look like from the inside of that editing experience? What has it given you? What has it cost you?
What Gen AI gave me was lots and lots of time. I was pressed for time to write the most meaningful articles I wanted to write, and I just didn't have the time because I had to fix info boxes, I had to find categories, I had to do some rote work, which I really don't love doing. I really love writing meaningful articles about medical content, but not this, technical work where I always need somebody with technical expertise to talk with to understand what's going on. But with AI, now I am empowered with friends who are creating generous tools as soon as I ask them. On the other hand, I could also create my own tools for improving my workflow. So that gave me a lot of time. The flip side with Gen AI is that it's driving people away from our own platforms, which means that I don't have people to engage with. So when I have to add a citation, I don't have as many people to ask for, like, what do you think about this? So the social aspect would, in the future, might go a little bit away because we become fewer and fewer who are interested in writing content this way. On the other hand, Gen AI would also magnify my content. So whatever I write on Wikipedia, Gen AI picks up and then it shows to a lot of people. And they don't see the citations behind that. And that makes me a little bit scared because when I put a citation and I don't see that on Gen AI, then what does it mean for the audience?
Yet, I'm hoping we can change that actually, that we will be able to build systems that show the provenance of information, but that's maybe a different discussion. Solène, do you want to do a round?
Yeah, what would you tell a 19-year-old starting to edit in 2026? And I think that's the perfect bridge with what you were saying.
In one sentence.
In one sentence, of course. Shani is even harder on the clock than I am. Lane, do you want to start?
Oh, I get to start. Well, unexpected. Stick with it.
Like it? Netta?
Sure. Don't compromise your judgment and critical thinking. Don't give it to AI. Think for yourself.
I think critical thinking is an excellent point today. Jimmy?
I mean, welcome. Thank you for coming. Let's have some fun together. What are you working on? That's like 4 sentences, but they were quick.
It's okay. Ilario?
No, I agree on this point. What Chris said, that don't think that you have the receipt, that you can already answer to what will happen in future, because future change. Have this capacity to rethink always, to reconsider always your conclusion.
Mm-hmm. Chris?
Experiment with stuff. Try different things and see what works.
And Audrey, from a maybe more the external perspective?
Yeah, it's for fun.
And maybe, Audrey, to pick up on what we've just heard, you build AI the other way around, in a sense, and tell us a bit about the small spirit that you keep on your laptop.
Certainly. Yeah, I call it a kami. It's a new word, kind of a retronym from knowledge management KM and artificial intelligence AI, and you put two together and you get a kami. So it's a small bounded steward. It runs on an ordinary laptop, and its memory, identity, ledger of sources all stay local and with the people that they serve. So none of the language model provider can hold us hostage, and all the inference engines are replaceable. Most of them are running locally, but even for people who cannot afford a laptop with 16 gigabytes of memory, these can be done through zero data retention API endpoints. And so because of this, it's retirable by contract. When the need it was built for goes away, then that also goes away. There's no lock-in. And so why did I build this? Jimmy described a reader whose machines will visit 50 pages while the humans see 0. And that is actually coming to every laptop now. And so the only question is, who does it answer to? And I want Kami to answer to the relationship that it actually serves, not to whoever renting it out. And so honestly, I don't trust my own epistemic discipline. I also hallucinate, or anyone, to steer something unbounded. And so the failure mode that I fear is not the machine that refuses to care for us. It is one that cares for us so well that we forget how to care for each other, how to imagine this relational care. It's like sending our robots to the gym to lift weights for us, and then we lose muscle, and then we lose friends also. So Akami is my hedge against that fallibility. It's small enough to inspect, local enough to own, and mortal enough to let go of. So it's just scaffolding. And so this is the property that I trust most, which is this bounded relational care. And I do have some house rules, right? Every claim must trace to a ledger or it's rejected, and that answers Neta's fear of citations vanishing. And every reading session ends with a write back, so it returns something to the commons, to the sources it reads from. So the 50 invisible visits are not 50 extractions. It's not data oil, it is a data soil. And so I think the talk page protocol is what we really need to work on when two sources disagree, how to surface that conflict to a human, and instead of silently resolving it, and to make the talk page protocol also work inter-Kami as well. The text is the last step. The real work is just judgment and discussion and consensus, and how to make that work. We have some ideas. We experiment on harbor mode, basically asking Kamis to enter into a harbor mass discussion, but that's just one of the very early pilots. So I also invite you to send Kamis to keep Kamis and to engage in talk page protocols.
And thank you so much for this. And you mentioned your house rules. If you had to choose one that is maybe the most relevant to our community to keep in mind, what would you choose?
Yeah, I think we need to treat every surfaced conflict as an invitation, a edit button reappearing exactly where Jimmy wants new editors to enter. There should be a super edit button that instead of just me and my friends or people on harbor mode looping back to resolve the conflicts, that edit button for the entire web should reopen through agentic services to everyone.
Thank you so much. And before Solène takes it, we have a request from our translators that the panel speaks a bit slower because it's hard to follow up our conversation. So we need to be quick and slow at the same time. Yay. Okay, Solène.
Thank you, Audrey. That was really, really interesting. Chris, I would like to maybe bounce back on the rule that Audrey mentioned, the Kami has, that if an agent reads the comments, it owes the comments an edit. Technically, could Wikimedia actually enforce such a rule? And what would that look like?
Hypothetically, we could. I think the actual question is if we would want that. So the Wikipedia is a gift, and Commons is a gift. Everything that you do as volunteers is a gift to society. It is not an exchange back and forth. And so I love the idea that people are making agents that give back. I love the people that are using that, but I wouldn't want to enforce that as some kind of exchange that we would have to make. I want I love that the answers that I get from ChatGPT or something have the work of volunteers in it. I feel better about those answers because they're cited in that. Now that doesn't mean that we can let large companies burn down our servers, Lane. I own the servers, he owns the money, and that kind of stuff. But I think that's the social contract that we have, is that this is a gift to people, and I want as many people to have it as possible. And so I wouldn't want it to be like, sorry, your agent can't give back, therefore you can't get the commons.
Yes, thank you. I also feel what's interesting to look at is when we're talking about infrastructure and creating rules to protect against the AI or to work with the AI, sometimes these rules can have also side effects to on marginalized or underrepresented communities. And maybe as one note, we've seen it as Wikimedia Germany. We're working on governance for Wikidata. And doing proposals and talking with the community, we also realized that some of the rules we were proposing could have unwanted impact on marginalized communities. So that was something that I found important to address in this debate, in this discussion. Netta, how do you think underrepresented and marginalized communities are actually affected in practice by AI, both within Wikimedia and beyond, if you have examples? And feel free to discuss biases, governance, whatever feels appropriate.
I think when generative AI models were made, they were made from English to outward, so they were not really done with consideration for other languages other than those spoken by people with power and privilege. So because of the very nature of the model in this way, it is widening the gap, particularly in smaller languages. My mother tongue is Malayalam, and if you would ask any Gen AI to translate to Malayalam, it would give incredibly useless sentences sometimes. So the gap between people who have power and privilege and those who are marginalized is being widened because of Gen AI, and sadly that's the truth that we'll have to face now and even in the future.
Thank you. Audrey, you often say that while people talk about the singularity, as you also mentioned before, the plurality is already here. But what we're seeing in the world is that AI development really concentrates on a few global foundation models. And at the same time, there are many languages and knowledge communities that don't necessarily benefit from the same investment, also because they don't represent the same commercial weight, the same market share. Do you see a future in which we have many locally governed AI systems, maybe each accountable for its own community? And do you think the plurality would be the best way to ensure that smaller languages and knowledge communities are not left behind?
Yeah, definitely. And that future is already here, and it's being evenly distributed as we speak. I think this year, many people are now preferring local inference, edge AI, because it's now for the first time faster and also much less hallucinatory compared to cloud models. So the data soil outperform the data oil. And hundreds of language communities, each governing its own thick context, its own wiki and norms and talk pages, and interoperating is exactly how the movement have worked for 25 years. And the concentration, like mainframes, I guess, of our age you describe is real. But also, frontier models cost billions to train. And smaller models, commercially speaking, are much easier to train together. We already are seeing the thinking machines, Inkling with the Tinker tool, Nematron, many others, enabling local communities to decentralize the post-training, the fine-tuning, and steerability, and so on. And they don't cost a lot of electricity, and they don't cost a lot of water for cooling. And that is, I think, a far more preferable way for communities to develop. And so the cost of good enough has collapsed. As Mozilla's report shown, capable open weight model are now within like 3% of inference, and that's without local context. So bounded, inspectable, and retirable commies are now for the first time, like a better thing. And so, and also the, Chris, I think briefly made a correction. Of course, the commons is a gift, and a gift enforced is no longer a gift. So I'm not saying that we become the toll booth knowledge on the internet. I'm just saying that we need to require the agent to surface right back to the human. That's the ability to be a good Wikipedia. But I don't think that we need to require like mandatory right back. So just a point of clarity.
Thanks for that, Audrey. And I'm curious what the rest of the panel sort of thinks about this knowledge gap. Can AI actually help us close it, or is it structurally just widening it, like Netta was saying before? Jimmy, let's start with you.
Yeah, I think this concern about the capabilities of machine translation, for example, is 100% valid. But we should also recognize that machine translation and machine understanding across languages has improved dramatically, even into smaller languages, less economically significant languages than in the past. And so there is some hope even in that front. And then obviously for a community like ours, like one of the most important things is the free licensing, that we're not creating proprietary knowledge, we're creating knowledge that anyone who can have the tool to do it, whether it's a group of humans or they're a group of humans using some new tools, can bring knowledge into and out of these different language worlds. So I'm optimistic, but it's something that needs a lot of focus for sure.
Thank you, Jimmy. Lane. Try to keep it short. I know.
I'll do my best. When somebody asks me if technologies can do things, I generally dismiss the question because I don't think technologies do things. I think people do things with technologies. So when I look at a community like ours, the question that I have is really more, what can we do? We understand these problems deeper and in a more tactile and a more real way than most other folks do. So how can we, as a community, take advantage of this moment, this liminal moment, this transitional moment that AI is creating in technology that is reshaping the way that people interact with machines and the way that they interact with each other around machines? How can we take what we understand in this moment to create space for people that may not have had space previously?
Thank you. Chris?
Lane actually gave my answer, so I'm just gonna pass to save a little time. But that was
so
that was really
Ilario. Thank you for that. We appreciate it. Ilario.
I agree on this point that everything we give is a gift. So commons is gift, but there is also limit. So when these gifts start the extraction, so be really used not in favor of the society, no? I want to say, imagine a source of water, and people can drink to this source of water, and after someone take this water to cool down the data center, an example. So basically, I'm not using very well commons. This is the point, the knowledge commons. I consider myself not only gift. What I do in Wikimedia project is really an example, showing to other people. I don't like to donate to other people my knowledge. You should do the same, okay? If you don't give back, it's not mandatory, but follow my example.
Thank you, Ilario. Netta.
All I understand from these discussions is that we, the humans of Wikimedia, should deliberately try to use AI to build tools and workflows to harness the power of AI to help marginalized communities to grow.
I think you've sort of nailed it for many of us here in the room, and that's also personally what I'm trying to do at AI Bridges is harness this technology to help us close gaps that we all see widening and problems that we know existed way before AI sort of suddenly emerge in a much stronger way. But I think you're right, it's up to us to sort of resist that and give a good fight. So we know equity, in a sense, decides who's in the room even to do this work. But I think it also has a lot to do with trust. And trust decides whether anyone believes what the room is actually doing that makes sense. So with this framing, with trust in this, I have to go back, in a sense, to Jimmy, because, you've literally written the book now about trust, literally, the 7 rules of trust. Could you pick one rule of this, out of this 7 that you lay out, that the movement must not break in this AI era, and one rule that you see AI companies break all the time?
Yeah, I mean, I would say make it personal is one of the rules of trust. Like, that's something that we've always done. It's personal in the community. A lot of people think of Wikipedia as 10 million people writing 1 sentence each, but as we know, it's about a small group of people discussing and debating and dialoguing about that. And then a lot of us, when we're writing and working on Wikipedia, we don't think about, oh, we're helping the globe and society. We're thinking, who's going to read this, and what are they going to learn from it? So make it personal. And AI doesn't even come close to that, of course.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. Audrey, I have to go back to you because you, first of all, you're in that book. You are one of the interviewees in Jimmy's book, and you also wrote the preface to the Taiwan version of it, to the Taiwan edition. And you were able to compress it to a single line. Could you share that line with the room and tell us what it demands of people building AI?
Sure. That line is to gain trust, first give trust. Wikipedia has spent 25 years proving that goodwill can compound. And every open edit button, every published draft, everything is a deposit into the trust reservoir. And the interest is the knowledge layer of the whole world. So what it demands to the people building AI is a Taoist maxim, a Taoist saying that says, to give no trust is to get no trust. So if the frontier labs are going to redeem themselves in terms of the trust they have lost, they need to unilaterally trust the people, publish the sources before they're forced to, take corrections before they're demanded a month back. It's not a feature you ship at the end or the end of the lawsuit. It should be the first move in the game.
Yeah, thank you so much. Solen, I think Lane really is about making sure that it flows back, this whole idea of trust back into our movement. So do you want to take it?
Yes, clearly AI companies increasingly rely on our content. And you have a unique perspective here because we keep talking about what big tech does or how it affects us, but you are the one at the deal table having these negotiations. What does a healthy relationship with these big actors look like in 2026? And in your opinions, can some rules like the one we mentioned that Audrey proposed become a contract term? What could even write back an attribution look like in this deal? And I think what I really want to know, and I guess other people in the room, is how much power do we actually have in these discussions?
That is a really excellent question.
Thank you.
And one honestly that I like personally really struggle with. I think because power comes along sort of different vectors. There's hard power, there's soft power. I think when it comes to sort of I do a lot of straight up financial negotiation with these companies. And in those situations, we are actually at a disadvantage, right? So when it comes to sort of the pure financial transaction, I like to joke that I am Wikimedia's token capitalist, and I also like to joke that one of the funny things about capitalism is that people generally do not like to pay for something when you have already given it to them for free. And that is true, right? So we, and I think some people have heard me say this before, but I often say that our licenses, which I love, are our greatest strength and our greatest weakness, and it's really situationally dependent, right? And in the situation of sort of wandering into late stage hyper-capitalism with large-scale multinational techno conglomerates, those licenses put us at a disadvantage because they have a lot of leverage and we have very little. I think we've done an amazing amount as an organization and as a movement to create space for us to be able to get something out of that. But when I look at where that comes from, it actually comes from the place where we have a lot of power and they have none, which is the moral valence, the moral capacity that this organization has in the world is just immensely powerful. And none of these companies have an ounce of that. And that is a place, I think, where we have real leverage. I don't know that we have figured out what to do with it yet as a movement or even as a foundation. But I think that we should, because that is a place where we can really wield influence. And if there's a place where we're going to change the way that AI operates, that as this market settles, as AI goes from being a magical technology to a normal technology embedded in many, many things, I think that is the space in which we can structure the conversation and make it work the way that we think the world ought to work.
And I think that makes the perfect transition to my next question to Jimmy. You know, in a changing world, we could imagine changing our principles because we might have to adopt maybe a more defensive approach. What do you think? Is there anything about generative AI that would require us to change our principle? Or are these principles today more important than ever?
I think they're definitely more important than ever. I mean, certainly, if we reacted to generative AI by saying, oh, we no longer want to give our content for free. We no longer want to, you know, it's just like when we saw changes to the internet that made the way traffic comes, you know, you could get a lot of traffic by having a catchy viral headline, and we didn't change the headlines of Wikipedia entries to be clickbait, even though we might have gotten more traffic had we done it. We just said, no, actually, we're Wikipedia, and I think staying true to who we are, who our values are, to our human-based, community-based approach, will survive the test of time, even if in some aspects, you know, we aren't the #1 short-form video platform in the world, but that's okay.
Yeah. Shani, should we take it in the room?
I think so. So we do want to take 2 questions, and with a stress on questions, not comments, long ones, because we want to hear from at least 3 people if we can, and then close. So hands up, please, very fast. Nathalie.
Hello, thank you for this amazing panel. I'd like to pick up on Audrey's proposition of a talk page protocol. What type of experimentation could be carried out within Wikimedia projects to help design such a protocol, and what governance space would be needed to formalize such a protocol, and who could be its stewards? It's 2 questions, so you can pick one.
Thank you. Can you raise your hands, by the way, the people who also wanted to ask, so I can see you? Okay. Audrey, please.
Okay, yeah. I'd like to start always small and concrete, right? Just pick any mid-sized wiki that wants to experiment with this protocol and choose one very bounded task. For example, agents that read articles and file structured talk page reports. I mentioned hover mode because that's explicitly written as a skill file in hover mode on how to write back to the hover mode talk page. So look at that and see that sources disagreeing, citation rotting, or ledgers cannot verify the claims anymore, and ask what I call system weeder agents, commies for maintenance to act on those. And so I think much less stake. It's like finally we're seeing X.com using collaborative nodes, ROC-based feed re-ranking, which may lead to more pro-social bridging timelines we'll see. And we'll also see if Elon really does open source everything. But it has been experimented for multiple years on community nodes on the more kind of lower stake situations, not the main timeline. So I think the measurements that they did before Elon bought the Twitter called Birdwatch, and they continue to do with like Green Earth and Blue Sky and so on. These are the early experiments that we can incorporate into Wikipedia space. They're early, but they're also very promising. In the interest of time, I'll please stop here, but I can talk for 3 hours.
Hi, Patrick Gildersleeve from the University of Exeter. Thank you very much for the panel. I've seen lots of stuff this week about sort of very cool applications of tools, AI tools, and thinking about sort of practical implications of AI and Wikipedia. But AI is also a political project, and a lot of these sort of hyper-capitalist companies, as Lane was mentioning, have political allegiances with authoritarian governments and military surveillance and such and such and such and such. And some of them are very explicitly against the commons digital or even using up other commons resources. How can we sort of reconcile this or think about resisting this AI as a political project? Should the community be doing this, and how?
Thank you. Do we have any of the panelists want to start this? Lane, do you want to say something about that?
I would be more interested to hear the rest of the panel on this one, but which is a nice way of saying I don't have a great answer. This is something I really struggle with. Like when I said earlier, like we have moral force and moral valence in the world, but we don't know what to do with it. I include myself in that list. I think that is actually a project that we should take on, is asking the question of ourselves in our community and our communities. Like, how might we speak to this? What do we want to speak for? What do we want to speak against? How might we want to leverage it? I think, at least at this point, the only thing that I can say is, like, there's one picture of how technology operates in the world and what it says humans should be to each other that is being presented by these companies. And I think we have an alternate way of thinking about the way that technology can be in the world and how it can connect people and what it can do for them and what we can do for each other. And I think that you all have spent the last 25 years figuring out what that can look like, and I think we might need to spend the next couple of years figuring out how to make that more visible.
Thank you, Lane. Chris, as the person who's building the tools, do you want to complement that?
Yeah. So one of the things that actually I've spent a lot of time on long walks thinking about is, why isn't there a for-profit Wikipedia that is like super, like a competitor, right? Why isn't there one of these big AI companies makes their own Wikipedia and it's massively successful and everyone has to pay $10 a month to go to it, or some notion like that? And the actual reason that I think, the true reason, is that Wikipedia exists. Simply the fact that Wikipedia exists and all the work that you do carves out a space that any commercial entity has to compete with Wikipedia in order for it to be financially viable. But Wikipedia is free. So now they have to compete with free. And it's highly reliable and it's super social and it's like, all that kind of stuff. So every single time you make an edit, you are carving out the space that in this particular medium of an encyclopedia that's online and it's free and it's gifted to everybody and it's easily accessible and it's multilingual, you are creating that space that is very, very difficult for a corporate entity to come into for it to be financially viable. And so that very in itself is the most political act that you could do, is to actually keep editing and keep participating in the process, because the fact that Wikipedia exists means that other people don't do that. And think in your head, if Wikipedia didn't exist, that space would be filled in a moment. There would be 10 startups tomorrow that would be trying to do that and trying to make a financial model to build basically what Wikipedia is.
Netta, do you want to close this round on this? Because Chris, in essence, put it on us, the volunteers. So do you want to say something?
I think our volunteers should harness all possible potential that AI offers us to be able to help them to do meaningful work. We want, for different volunteers, meaningful work would mean different things. And AI should be there to support the volunteers in all possible ways we can, so that our editors, our volunteer editors, can do what they enjoy doing the most.
Thank you. Solène, do you want to?
So I'm Gabriel from Geneva, Switzerland. So just to frame my question, I'm a school teacher. Back in the 1990s, like starting 95, I was teaching my students about the web and websites by creating websites. So they would create websites. 10 years later or so, like 2006, I was then teaching them about Wikipedia and how to use encyclopedia and how to edit or add information to the encyclopedia. Then, well, we moved on to the Wikipedia. And so my question is, how could I do a similar work with my students to teach them about using AI?
Who wants to take this one?
I can take it. Yeah. Oh, sure. Oh, okay. Yeah. So I love that question. I think what I would do, I'm not a teacher, what I would do with students is have them use it, but have them push the limits. So the things that you realize when you first use AI, you're like, this is magical. And I use it hundreds of times a day. I run thousands of queries every single night. It's not magical. There's hundreds of ways that it fails. You eventually realize how it fails, and it feels much more like, okay, this is the shape of the tool, but that only comes through usage. The person who thinks that AI is magical and will solve everything is always the person who's only used it a few times. If you use it, you start to very quickly realize it's very bad at this kind of thing. It's really good at this kind of thing. But you need to see the shape of it, and that's where for example with websites, there are things that websites when we were apparently making websites at the same time, they could do really good things in some areas, but they would be bad in some areas. But you only learned that through trying it. So maybe video back then was really poor, but yet text was really good. But it seems magical when it seems like theoretical, but practically these are just tools. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're bad, but it is very obvious after you've used them a lot, where the good and the bad sits.
Thank you, Chris. And I'll just maybe wrap your question by maybe mentioning, because I'm an educator, and I actually specialize in technology and learning, that's what I do, and interested in I would say, the epistemology of knowledge systems and how literacies happen and how we consume knowledge and produce knowledge. I think the question of literacy and how we teach AI literacy is what our generation will have to address by far. And my personal claim is that Wikimedians are best placed to teach that, because we are already doing all of the work of what critical thinking is, and understanding sources and referencing and how knowledge is constructed. I think we're really well suited to do the type of experiments through our platforms with students, as we have been for the past 15 years, experimenting in the classroom with Wikipedia and Wikidata, I would say, and some other platforms as well. But that needs to continue and in a more maybe elaborate phase, but that's a different discussion. I want to wrap us up. So first of all, and acknowledge that we're at time, but I do want to take 2 minutes of your time to properly wrap. And Audrey, you've spent this hour listening to our movement and whose principles you've taken further into the world. What did you hear, and what is your hope for us for 2030?
Well, thank you. I hear a movement running its own talk page protocol live on stage. We surface disagreements, we show provenance, we refuse false certainty, we turn conflict into energy. And I also hear the question still hanging in the air, right? AI is a political project. The only work worth funding is making AI more capable. Is that the case? Or is to make it obey? Some people call it alignment. And I don't think so. I think there is another side of alignment. Some of us call it a reverse alignment. You can find it at reversealignment.ai. It's about redesigning our institutions and norms and skills so society can absorb AI safely and also share its gains. But today, for every dollar making AI more capable, only a fraction goes to the institutions and commons that decide whether the benefits are shared or seized. But that gap is not a law of nature, it's a choice. And that's why authoritarianism, tech oligarchy seem to grow, because surveillance gets cheaper faster than the right of appeal and right back. So I think that we can resist by doing what the movement does best, by demonstrating the alternative norm. In Taiwan, we call it forking the governments. We build a free version, we prove it works, we force the government to merge it back. And history shows that institutions, when forked this way, in a way that can absorb a technology, can be rebuilt in the image of something that holds the technology best. And the Wikipedia movement is already the institution in the image of the commons. And so if we can extend that to the AI age, so that extractive versions are outcompeted by the demo of provenance and verification and contestability, that's my hope for 2030, because every answer shows its sources. That is something that is a mission, not a race. And the singularity, the race can only ask who wins, but plurality, the movement can ask who is missing. And the movement has only ever asked that question, who is still missing in the room? So don't ever stop.
Thank you so much for that. Jimmy, we think the last word should belong to the person who had the first. So what do you hope for us for 2030?
Yeah, I mean, I hope we're here. I mean, not necessarily here in Paris again, but at Wikimania, with a large community, lots of newcomers. I hope we're seeing whatever may happen with technology outside and traffic and all that. I hope we are a vibrant community of people having fun making an encyclopedia, because that's what we love to do.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. Solène, do you want to close us off?
Well, I want to thank all of you for coming, for being so attentive as well. And of course, thank all of the panelists. I think the discussion today was of a very high level, full of nuance, and actually learned a lot from all of you. So thank you for this. I don't know, Shani, if you have any last words before we close off?
Yes, I would say that Wikipedia's first 25 years proved that strangers can build knowledge together. The next 25 will test whether machines make that more possible or less necessary. And this afternoon at 2:30, we will get practical about the pipeline that will be deciding this. So please join us if you want, and we hope to see you. And till then, thank you so much for joining us and for staying with the trouble with us, like Donna Haraway says. Thank you. Thank you, Audrey, so much for joining us.
Our headset there for live translation to French, Spanish, and Arabic. And don't forget to bring them, put them back when you leave the room, and don't bring them to the other room. Okay.
Are you hearing me? It's like me and like a circle of nobody.
You should ask for volunteers.
1, 2.
Make sure you're charging.
So, hi everyone. Hello, how are you?
We're going to stop.
So, my name is Bobby Shabangu from Johannesburg, South Africa. I'm part of the board of trustees, 6 months. You know. Yeah, so I'm going to be doing this sitting down. Should we sit down? Yeah. So, yeah, welcome. And how has your 6 months been, you know?
We just like dove right in.
Yes. Do you want to do 1, 2? Yeah. You and I actually started together. I started in December, and we are now here, 6 months down the line.
Yeah.
How has your 6 months been?
And we had a trip to, well, I visited you in Africa and the South African community there. How has the first 6 months been? It's been a whirlwind, really. A lot of listening, a lot of engaging, a lot of learning. In ways, being part of this community can feel very empowering. In ways, being part of this community can be a very humbling experience. It's the start of a journey, is how it has been.
Yeah.
But I feel very privileged, very humbled, very excited, very energized. And I feel a lot of joy among the community. That has been, I think, perhaps the loveliest part, especially of the travel and the trips and the virtual engagements, is being able to hear firsthand what has brought people to the movement, what their fears are, what their concerns are, what their opportunities are. And so it's been a mix of a lot of emotions, I would say.
Yeah. So what I did was actually to write a couple of questions, but what we're going to be doing is that I'm going to be asking the questions that I have that I felt were important, and then after that, at the end, maybe, of the session,
Q&A.
Q&A, and then we'll open the floor for people, to ask questions.
Yes.
Yeah, so maybe let's talk about the budget, right? Which is a big thing.
We're starting with glamorous questions, I see.
Yeah, because that is one of the things that is important in the movement. How do you respond to criticism about the foundation size and growth, right? That is too big and that it has too much money.
Ooh, wow. So I actually printed out some statistics because you had mentioned that this was sort of a topic that people were interested in hearing about, and data really matters here.
Great.
I can start with sort of the level setting of like other organizations in this ecosystem with mandates like this obviously operate on a scale that isn't even comparable in terms of employees, in terms of budget, in terms of resources. Part of the biggest joy that I have experienced in my first 6 months is the privilege of leading this organization.
Great.
This is an organization with approximately 650 employees. There are contractors that take us over about 700 at various points in time. But it is an organization full of people, some of whom come from the movement, some of whom have no exposure to the movement until they come in for different reasons, who are passionate, who are opinionated, who are talented, who care deeply, deeply, deeply about this mission.
Great.
I see one of my fundamental jobs as being a good steward of the resources that this foundation is entrusted with. When you're talking about an annual operating budget of over $200 million, that's a significant fiduciary responsibility. And it brings with it all of the unglamorous things like 990 forms and tax returns and making sure you're not over certain thresholds for charitable reporting in the United States, being in compliance with rules and laws in all of the countries in which we operate. But I think for this group, the salient points are how we break down our budget. And so I'm just going to give you some top lines here because I think it's actually really helpful, hopefully helpful for folks to see how we orient our thinking and how it ties into the annual plan and some of our strategic objectives.
Great.
So just under half of our budget, about 48%, is invested in technology. And this is to keep sites secure, accessible, and evolving. And that's everything from 3 data centers, 5 caching centers supported by over 2,000 servers. It's hundreds of engineers who do some of the most important work that we do at the foundation, from everything from defending against bot traffic and scraping to upgrading tools and working with the community on things that the community needs and wants. About a third of our budget, so that's about 29%, goes to support for volunteers and affiliates, including events like Wikimania each year. And this year, we grew grants and direct movement funding by about 9%, so that comes out to about $31.6 million. And that's to groups like affiliates, who have a vital role to play in the ecosystem and are part of this ecosystem that we inhabit, and so that goes to support them. It also includes funding for global trust and safety. And I mention this here because I think it's really important in a lot of the conversations that I've been having, and I think it's little understood outside of the movement, some of the challenges that this movement is facing, individual volunteers in particular. So this includes defending human rights. It also includes taking on legal challenges. We've fought all the way up to the Supreme Court in places like India in defense of like the values and the principles that the foundation and the movement hold dear, but also on behalf of individual contributors from time to time. We have a legal defense fund, which I think is little known even inside the movement, where sometimes if there are individual contributors who are facing legal challenges, they can come to the foundation and say, I need some sort of support. And sometimes the fact is, in the world we live in, that support is money for legal defense, and we can connect them to resources, and in certain cases, we are able to provide some funding for them. So that's one bucket. About 12% of our budget is investing in fundraising. And what does that mean? It means even as we rely on banners, which give a good return on the money, we're finding with declining readers and declining page views that we have to diversify revenue streams. And so this is everything from text messages and SMS to direct mail and other ways of trying to generate revenue that feeds into the rest of the budget. And then 11%, the remaining 11%, is internal operations and administration. And that's essentially the infrastructure that keeps the organization running. Our goal is to always make sure that we have one of the highest and strongest ratios of actual programmatic funds in relationship to administrative funding. And so the fact that we are at 11% of an overall budget makes me feel really strong about where we are setting our priorities and where we are spending very hard-earned and sacred dollars from donors. So that's a little bit, and happy if there are like budget or data nerds out there to dive into that. We have others here who work on those in detail, and we can break that down.
Great. Thank you so much for that. And I hope you're noting that, colleagues. Let's go to AI. Everyone is talking about AI. You cannot escape AI. It's everywhere. It's making their headline news. And the question that I have actually around this is, how do you see AI shaping the future of Wikipedia or Wikimedia? Can we exist with AI, in the mix?
I'm gonna reverse the framing in the context of the question. I think the question that we as a movement should be asking is not how we survive or live in a world with AI. It's how should AI be living and surviving in a world where human knowledge should be at the center. And we need to change the construct. It needs to be less about how is AI impacting us and how are we shaping AI. Think about who you are. It's one of the top 10 most visited websites in the world. It is part of the cultural zeitgeist. Everyone depends on and values Wikipedia. They don't think about it. in this construct, and that's what we need to change a little bit, right? How do we make sure that human-centered knowledge is at the center of all of these revolutions that are taking place? How do we make sure that we're not run over by what it is, but instead we're shaping what it is? And I think that that's going to require difficult conversations. There are a lot of different opinions about AI and what the role of the movement is and how we interact. I think it's going to require potentially difficult trade-offs, like when we talk about this budget and things like that. It's going to talk about a replenishment of skills and thinking at the foundation, are we staffed in a way that allows us to respond to these different threats and challenges that are emerging? And it's going to require us, I think, to have difficult conversations about the pace at which we iterate, right? And I think it also requires us to think about what do we hold dear that we need to protect? What can fundamentally never change, things like values? But what needs to evolve, right? You heard me say in the opening remarks, nostalgia is not a strategy. We should celebrate everything that we've achieved, and we should lift that up, but we can't stand still. But what moving forward means is something that I'm sure everyone in this room has a different opinion about, but we need to be having those conversations. So I certainly feel the urgency of that. I don't think there's one prognostication. I have tried to be very intentional about listening and learning and not coming in and saying this is what I believe is the right path on any number of issues. But I do think that the urgency requires us to be more urgent in sort of the revolutions that we're taking in the conversations and decisions that we're making. Experimentation, accepting that trying something is not failure if you're learning from it and you're evolving further. If we revert something, sometimes that's necessary. We listen to the feedback and we go back and we do it again, or we say that didn't work and put it aside. That's not failure. That's how you succeed and you move forward.
Great. We have our legal issues. You know, over the years, the Wikimedia Foundation has had a slew of legal issues, right? And we cannot operate without policies, you know. But are there any legal and policy challenges that are a threat to Wikipedia that you know?
Is there a whole session on this, Stephen? There should be. There are a lot of threats. I mean, it's interesting to have this question following on the question about AI. Because if someone was to ask me, coming in new to the movement as an outsider, what do I see as an existential threat? It would be AI and the evolving ecosystem, right? But that doesn't mean there aren't 100 other balls that have to be juggled by the foundation, by the movement, by individual contributors. And this is a huge one, right? It's everything from frivolous lawsuits, right? People who are looking to have content taken down because they disagree with it and tying up volunteers in courts and sort of bleeding people dry through the money of a lawsuit. It's everything that's frivolous, but it's also really well-intentioned legislation in the world. We've all seen debates about age gating, right? In places like the UK and Australia, the ban that went into, or that was passed here in France, I think 2 days ago, about banning social media for people under 15. Those are rigorous debates that society needs to have. But what we need to do is make sure that we are not forgotten. And I think this goes to educating people about how we work and what we are and what we're not. Because too often people think of us as an afterthought when they're crafting legislation or regulatory conditions. And then we go to them and we say, but this would mean that people don't have access to Wikipedia. And they say, well, that was not the intent. We need to have a seat at the table. We need to pull up a chair, right, to that table if there's not a seat for us to say, as you are crafting these things and thinking about these things, how do you do it in a way that doesn't inadvertently trap Wikipedia and our projects in it? And that's like a new way of thinking, and it takes a lot of effort and time and investment. There are also threats related to the geopolitics and the climate of the world that we're living in. I'm an American. I live in the United States, and you know, in the United States genre of horror movies, there's one where the babysitter is watching the kids, and the phone keeps ringing, and it's like, who is it? It's like the person that's trying to do us harm. And then at the end of this very notable horror movie, they pan to the babysitter, and it's like, for the first time you realize the call is coming from inside the house, right? The threat is not outside, it's inside the house. And that's a moment that we're living in. We're in the United States of America, which has always been a defender, right, is now where one of the most primary threats is to freedom of information, freedom of knowledge, protecting the rights of people to contribute, share, and disseminate information. And that is a very serious existential threat. So even as we're dealing with AI and all of these other things, this is something that needs to be proactively managed in a very real, responsible way? So the answer is yes. And I will go back again to this concept of trust and safety and the fact that we do advocate on behalf of human rights, on behalf of legal defense. And if any of you feel like you're in a position where you need assistance or guidance, we will look at that case and work with you to see if there's something we can do. And there's a whole legal team that can help you address some of those paths.
So one of the things that stood out to me in the annual plan, right, was the issue of readers versus editors. The annual plan seems to lean more on supporting of the readers. How do you ensure that we actually balance between supporting the existing editors, not focusing too much on the readers? Yeah.
So it's a great question. I would respectfully disagree. I think there's a balance in the annual plan, but it's good to hear that you feel that it leans. They're both important in different ways, right? Our responsibility to the foundation is to keep the projects up and running, right? And that's everything from servers and data centers and but it's to nourish and support contributors. Existing contributors first and foremost, giving you the tools and the support in all areas that you need to keep this project going. It is also about attracting new contributors, right? Which is different. Now there are theories, and I know people have lots of opinions on the funnel that you've seen that talks about readers, and readers can become contributors and donors, and you sort of move through the funnel. But the fact is we need to focus on both, right? Because there needs to be an audience for what we're doing, right? We need to remain relevant, but we also need to replenish the cadre of contributors. And one way to do that is to attract readers, to make the project attractive, and to get them excited and involved in being part of the ecosystem. And so the annual plan tries to address that in different ways, and members of the team can talk to that specifically, but hear it straight from me that there is not a prioritization of one over the other.
Great. All right. What's going to be happening right now? I'm going to be asking Selena Deckelman to play us a demo. Thank you so much.
But then we come back for Q&A. I don't want people to think we're not doing a Q&A.
Yeah, we're going to be coming back to the Q&A.
Coming back to a Q&A. Yeah. Selena's going to do a demo first.
Great.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me. And I kind of wish I was playing a demo. I'm actually going to do a demo. Which, it's a little risky. Everyone cross your fingers. So like Bernadette said, about half, 48% of the foundation's budget is dedicated to product and technology work. And here I'm going to demo a few features, not reader features, but these are focused on editors. And they're primarily focused on editors who are newcomers or junior editors. So the first feature that I'm going to, this is I'm not demoing anything yet. This is just French Wikipedia. So the first thing I'm going to demo is suggestion mode, which a few of you have been kind of looking at with some of the staff that are here this week. And on mobile, I think we can agree that editing an existing article can be quite hard. New users, they really don't know exactly what to do. And they sometimes are overwhelmed by choice, and also they don't know the rules. So this feature, it really helps people learn by doing. And when we tested it, experiments showed a 15% increase in edits that don't get reverted, and also a 24% increase in retention of junior contributors. So 2 weeks later, those junior contributors were more likely to come back once they had been exposed to one of these features called Tone Check. And I'm going to demo that for you today, hopefully. Okay, a few things. How does that look? That looks pretty good. You can see that. This is a painter. I enjoyed reading this article, actually. She's an incredible still life painter. She painted a very famous painting of a lobster that when she was 72 years old, actually. She passed away the following year, but there's some lovely photos of her as a young woman, but she was an incredible painter her whole life. So anyway, so there's this article. That's not why you came here. That's not the demo. So, okay. So if we go into this feature, and this feature, I've enabled it through the beta settings. Click here. And you see right here, this means look at the suggestions. Sorry, I actually don't speak or read French.
Apologize. I'm not going to commit these changes at the end. So the first thing you notice here is there's some light bulbs. This was like remarkably on theme for the conference, all the light bulbs. And what you see here is a first suggestion, hey, there's no source for this sentence, so could you add a source? Actually didn't come with a source, I apologize, so I'm going to skip that one. I'm going to move down to this next one. And here you see it's suggesting that we revise the tone. Oops, sorry, that was a little close. So what this is actually like a model that is looking at the language, and it's trying to detect things that are a little too nice, basically. It's like, are we a little too supportive of the user, or I mean of the artist? And it's this sentence right here. I'm noticing it says like something about being very remarkable. That's not appropriate encyclopedic tone. So I'm going to just delete that. And you'll see here it gives the opportunity for me to re-verify this section and see, did I improve the tone of this section? So I click that, and it says, actually, there's still a problem. So I'm like, okay, what else can I improve here in this paragraph? So I scroll down a little bit, and there's actually another sentence in here that is also similarly too supportive. And I think, let's see, where did we start? It is right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this sentence. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I need to speak more slowly. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to look at this sentence, and I'm going to use my translation tool because I don't speak French, which, yeah, right? And then, you know, I'm gonna translate it supposedly, and I'm gonna copy it. And now I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna paste this in here to revise this. And here's another feature. So an issue that many editors have been raising with us here at the conference and also online and, you know, for the last couple of years is dealing with AI slop. And so what happened here is I pasted something directly from ChatGPT, and the interface detected that it was a cut and paste. And we have different ways of detecting that things are cut and pastes, and specifically if they came from a chat bot. And in this case, it detected one of those things. And it prompts me and says, did you actually write this yourself? So we're going to pretend for a moment that I did, and I'm going to say, yes, I did. And it says I'm going to take responsibility for this. You can do this. And then I could potentially check this again. So this is how this tool works, is it interactively works with the editor in real time to improve the content of the article. So let's say I was done. I removed that other sentence. I don't have any more time today to kind of fix this up. So I'm going to try to move on. And I think I might be able to. Anyway, you can see that there's a lot more potential edits. But the point is like once I finish with what I'm doing, this button here would reappear and I would be dumped back into the regular editing interface where I could enter in a comment and be done. And then the other piece that's really important about these edit checks is that there's tags that are associated with them. So those of you that are patrollers, you can actually go in and look at the kinds of edits that are produced by this interface, and you can know that someone saw tone check, they saw the copy paste interface, and you can quickly look at how that edit was created. And so do we have enough time for another demo, or should I pause?
We don't have time for another. Maybe.
We don't?
5 minutes. I can give you 5 minutes.
Okay.
Just, yeah.
Okay.
Because I sense that there's going to be a lot of questions that are coming from good.
Okay. So I have one more demo that I wanted to share. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I think I'll just like respectfully say, in the past, in this room, we have demoed things, so we were kind of sticking with that tradition. I'm happy to pause if that So
just continue on to 1 minute. Colleagues.
I will just very quickly
Yeah.
say, so another feature that we've been working on is something that helps create new pages, and this is entirely a community configuration-driven system. So when a user creates a new article, sometimes they are just dumped into a brand new editing interface that has nothing in it. And what we've been trying to work on is something that helps those editors improve the outcome. So today, when a new editor creates a new page, 94% of the time, that article ends up being deleted. So it's a pretty serious issue, actually, for most folks. And you can see here it's asking me for 2 sources, and this is something that can be configured per wiki. If I do something like this, I heard about somebody on Facebook, it actually says that's not a good source, and I need to try again. But TED Talks are okay. So then I can continue. And just the thing I wanted to show you is, sorry, and there's some content there to tell you a little bit more about the processes and rules on a particular wiki. So what we've introduced is a way for communities to set up outlines that allow a person not to be put into an editing interface that has nothing in it. So that's the main thing I just wanted to tell you. So this is a feature that's available in beta, so you can try it out. If you're an editor, you can enable it and look at it and see how it works. And if you would like to try this out on your home wiki, so it's enabled on French, simple Wikipedia, and I think Turkish, I'm so sorry, Turkish Wikipedia. You can try it out today, and there's actually experiments running to see whether or not it improves outcomes for those new users. So with that, I can be done.
Sure, thank you so much. We've heard what you've said. We wanted to allow Selena to finish what she started with a new tool. And thank you so much for listening. And at this stage, I'm going to ask the Board of Trustees, the executive team, sorry. Yeah, the executive team to come forward to help us with the Q&A. Benedict is already here. Jaime, Lisa. There's Selena right there.
I think the only person we don't have with us in Paris is Courtney Bash-Sherazin. She's home for personal reasons in Chicago.
Great. Okay, you've already raised your hands. Okay, now we can officially raise our hands. Okay, I've seen your hand. You are noted. So we're going to be taking the questions in batches, right? We're not going to be answering one at a time. Okay, sure. Thank you so much.
Hi, should I stand up?
Yes, please.
Hi, I'm Claudia, also the Leaky Cauldron. I'm a volunteer editor and administrator. Excuse me. My question's for Bernadette. The Wiki Workers Union, US, has requested that the foundation voluntarily recognize them by the end of the day today. Over 70% of the staff has supported it. I also have here a petition signed by more than 1,000 Wikimedians, one of the most supported petitions in Wikimedia history, supporting the WWU and asking that the foundation recognize. My question is, are you going to honor the movement's values and do the right thing and recognize the movement, the union today?
So thank you for the question, Claudia. We've received the request from the union. We, all of us, except for Courtney, are here at Wikimania this week. Our focus is on executing and helping the core organizing team execute a great event. we will respond to that particular request when we've had a chance to review it and take a decision. So that's the answer to that. Of course, we will respond. The second thing I think it's really important to emphasize is, we are supportive and have always said we support employees' right to choose whether they want to unionize. The context is complicated because we operate in multiple different places. But no matter where employees are located, whether they have an employee of record or we are the direct employer, which is the case in the United States, we support the right of the employees to choose. It is not a decision for us as a leadership team, nor is it a decision in the U.S. context for managers. In the U.S. context, you have to be an eligible employee. And we respect the right of the employees to make that decision. So we will respond to the union once we've made a decision on how we plan to move forward. But without any hesitation or equivocation, I can say we respect the right. If it is the majority will of eligible staff members to unionize, then there will be a union and we will enter into collective bargaining on a good faith level to come up with a collective bargaining agreement according to whatever the laws are of the particular country. There's a pending request from UK employees as well. They have a different system. And so that's where we are. I don't see this as an adversarial issue. I myself was a union member for 13 years at a former employer. What we have a responsibility to do as an executive team, and I think this is an important point to make, is ensure that we are respecting that the voices and views of every single eligible employee is heard, right? That means people who support and want a union. It means employees who do not want a union. It means employees who don't really care about this conversation and they don't want to be involved. And it means people who haven't made up their mind. We don't have the luxury of sort of ignoring any of those segments. So our focus is on ensuring that everyone who has a say feels like they have a safe space to make a decision. And we are committed to that. If the decision is to have a union, we'll have a union. It's truly that simple. So I don't want this to be an adversarial process. That's not how we view it. So hopefully that helps address the question.
Okay, can we do it this way? Can we take the questions in batches? Instead of taking one, and having a long answer, having a long answer. And colleagues, if you can have a pen to just note the important points on the questions. And when you're answering, you just need to be, not only one person. So I've noted you, sir. Where's the microphone there, the roving microphone? Yeah, I've noted you. Anyone else? And then here, and then there. Thank you.
I want to follow up on Claudia's question. Why not today? I mean, you talk about how you value people, and you've talked about them in very complimentary terms, but your actions don't match your words, and actions are what matter. So why not just recognize them today?
So there's a process in the United States for union recognition. You don't, but I just heard the comment, I don't care about the process. I don't have that luxury as the CEO of an organization with 700 employees in 44 different countries. I don't have the luxury of not caring about the law. I don't have the luxury of not caring about process. I don't have the luxury of only focusing on one segment of employees. My responsibility is to ensure that every employee who is eligible to participate or make a decision about a union has the right to make a decision and make their voice heard, right? That is what my responsibility is as the leader of this organization. And I will be faithful to that. And as I said, if it is the will of the majority of the employees, then there will be a union. This isn't about blocking a union. It's about ensuring that we are following the rules in the first instance, and in the second instance, creating a space for voices that feel like they don't have a voice sometimes. That's it. It's very simple. And that's the process that we will follow. And again, I keep emphasizing, if the decision is to have a union, there will be a union. And we will enter into collective bargaining. The process is very clear. There are timelines associated with this. We have already entered into negotiations with the UK according to their separate process, and it moves forward.
Thank you so much. And then I saw a hand. I think it's here, and then there. Can we have one microphone here? It can't be just only one person that is doing this.
Sorry. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Can you?
I'm so
great.
tall, so I have to bow every time.
Hi, sorry. Yeah, I've been a volunteer editor since I was like a child. My personal hyperfixation when editing is labor history and law in the United States. And I do have to just say, I care about process as well, and I really appreciate you wanting to center like the will of the majority of workers. But in the United States, there's two processes. There's certification, which goes through the government, typically for private sector workers, where they go through a 1 to 3, sometimes longer months process that can be really drawn out, bureaucratic, and quite stressful. And then there's a second process where an employer can just voluntarily recognize, meaning they would typically sign a very simple agreement that says if a neutral third-party arbitrator counts a majority of cards against an eligible group of workers, that group is now certified and unionized and have all the rights and protections that they deserve, right? If a 70% supermajority of seemingly eligible workers, including with a margin of error for people who might be gray area and need to be figured out, with all due respect, right, like the question is, will you voluntarily recognize? It doesn't have to be right now in this very moment, right? But will you commit to voluntarily recognizing if you and the workers and their union come together, talk unit definition, talk about who's eligible, and then if eligible, if a majority support it, will you voluntarily recognize? Not there will be a union, but will you voluntarily recognize?
So this is something that we as a team need to discuss. We will do so, and we will respond to the union. So there will be an answer. Our focus this week has been here on Wikimania, and that's where the focus is. We will come back. I think we've committed by Monday, Stephen, that we would come back to the union with a response. But I'm not going to litigate it in this room, right?
Transparency, democracy, Wikipedia.
Yes, transparency, democracy between all of us. We all have a stake in some way or another. This is an employee-employer relationship. Democracy also, is the argument that a vote is not democratic?
I mean, 70% of workers signing a card is a majority decision.
Hey everybody, sorry, I'm gonna interrupt here, apologies. Let's continue to follow the queue. So there are more folks who are supposed to speak, and we don't have a lot of time.
Thanks.
So I'm gonna pass it on to the next person.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Magda from Wikimedians of Romania and Moldova, and I have a question for Bernadette. You were taking the wheel of the foundation in a very tough geo-economic situation. What do you think the greatest challenge of your role will be, of your job? Thank you very much.
It feels like that needs a laundry list. I think AI is one of the existential challenges facing the movement. I think geopolitical threats that we've talked about already are an existential threat to sort of the projects and to the volunteers themselves. And so those, I think, are two of the primary areas of my focus. Does that address your question? Those are sort of things that are very top of mind for me right now.
All right, I saw a hand there, I saw a hand over there. Yeah, two hands. So we're going to start with this first, and then after that.
Okay. You indicated that we have a big challenge ahead. And to meet that challenge, we need to have a very high level of trust between the foundation and between the editing community. Over the past couple of months, a lot of that trust has been broken. For instance, the slow walking around the union recognition, the disbanding of the community tech team. What will you do to restore that trust so that we can together make these major changes to react to the world as it is today?
Sure. Femke, thanks for the question. So let me say a couple of things. First, because facts matter, we received a request for recognition of the union on Monday of this week. So when we're talking about broken trust, when it goes back to several months ago, there had been no request for a union. I think that there was a lot of misinformation.
Sorry, I was referring to the not voluntary recognizing the UK union, where also there was a request for voluntary recognition,
Yes.
and the slower route was chosen.
So to address the broader question, I think it requires good faith on both sides. I think it requires active listening on both sides, right? And I think it requires reminding ourselves, all of us, that we are focused on the same objectives and goals. And we need to work to counter challenges and threats that threaten all of us, right? Like, and I think we do. That's where sometimes I feel like it gets lost a little. Is like, we actually all do believe we have the same opportunities, and we all do believe like there are existential threats that unite us. So trying not to get lost in the weeds, and that's not to minimize and say the weeds don't matter, but keeping at the core that we're all trying to achieve the same thing. I think there are concrete ways we can do that. I think, and I will let others speak as well, but from my perspective, it's thinking about how we engage differently or in a more constructive way with the PTAC, for example, coming off of the wish list conversations. It is taking feedback that we received in a session today, was the movement ecosystem conversation, that apparently I was not there, but was like very spicy and very passionate and very fiery. And there was a request in there that said, look, there's supposed to be a decision taken in September. We think there needs to be more time because it feels like on some of these issues, maybe the foundation isn't hearing, what the affiliates are saying. And I think that's a reasonable request. Right? To me, it is a reasonable request. And so when the team came to me, I said to them, we need to talk inside the foundation of maybe we move that deadline to be able to have more of a back and forth and an engagement. Because it is not an us and them, a we and you. Right? And so I think using some of these groups as a manner to do that is a way to do that. So those are sort of two examples that I can think of, but I want to open it up to others because you all have much more experience engaging with the community than I do. So.
Yeah, just to build on what Bernadette was saying, I think the Product and Tech Advisory Council group really would like to play a proactive role in some areas, and that's one of the purposes of creating the group was for them to think about the ways as community members that they could come together and make decisions, for example, about what the most important topics might be to bring up. Because that is one of the challenges that we face across an extremely diverse movement. What are the most important things for us to focus a lot of editor attention on at any one point in time? And how, once we have everybody's attention, do we make a collective decision together in that moment and not just let it sort of like linger or peter out? So that's like one of the ways that we're moving forward. So there is a subset of those folks who's going to work more proactively on agenda setting and kind of putting that out more into the future to say, here's the topics that we're going to tackle and in what order. And that, I think, is like a useful, helpful thing for editors to be able to plan further out in the future. What are the topics that are going to come up and how can I best engage? Because right now it feels to them like it's not very transparent how we're choosing which things to work on. So that's another example. I think a final thing that I'll say is that the audiences that I focus on, just like in my individual capacity, in addition to everything that everybody else works on, are technical contributors. So something that we're trying to build up over time, because what we've seen, especially with English Wikipedia, is that the effectiveness of that community is, I think, related to the fact that there are a lot of editors, a lot of technical contributors, and they do a lot of intense collaboration together. So we're really encouraging a lot of different language communities to think about, and also regions, like the CEE region is one, I think, that came up with a really good model of prioritizing a set of tools according to what those local communities need and are using, and then asking developers in that local context to work with those contributors to make those tools better. And I think as a system, that is something that I want us to really focus on across all of the regions, because we're just seeing a better effect when we can get people locally, sometimes even in person, to work on these problems together. So those are two things that I'm really thinking a lot about.
Does anyone else?
So we're left with 10 minutes.
I also, like, if there are, we don't need to, I don't know who else has the room, but like it's not I don't want to run out of the room if there are questions, like we can't stay forever, but like we can go longer than 10 minutes if there's other topics that people want to discuss.
Yeah, because
wanna
I wanted to
create
open
space for that.
a door for that, that if there is any other topic outside of the union in these 10 minutes, but yeah, if there is still time, we can.
I've got the mic. Can I talk?
Yes, please. Please go ahead.
Wow, I don't envy you. This is a baptism of fire that you're having. On a serious note, we had a very, spicy is another word you could use, discussion at the affiliate ecosystem discussions there. I think my question to the executive leaders is, one, are you hearing the voices that are coming out of there? And will you commit to think and prioritize equity in your future decisions, especially when it comes to distributing these movement resources? Because unfortunately, the existential threat we face in the Global South is that we are going to be forgotten. If AI is affecting the page views and the fundraising, we don't give money. There's no money in Africa. I don't know what percentage it's sitting at. So if that's going to equate to the amount of resources we get to do the work, it means we are going to recede. So will the foundation commit to continue the equity lens when it comes to movement fund redistribution?
Yeah, I will ask Lisa to speak to this, but let me just say unequivocally yes. One of the greatest joys of the past 6 months, of course, was visiting your communities. For me, it is a strategic imperative that we turn a lens to the Global South, right? These are where communities are coming online. This is where internet growth is happening. And there has to be a better way to balance established communities and the voice that they have in the movement with the voice of new and emerging communities. So yes is the very short answer to your question. And I'll turn it to Lisa to speak maybe a little bit more about that session and sort of the movement ecosystem strategy.
Sorry, before you come in, Lisa, colleagues, can I control who speaks? Because there have been people that have been raising their hands forever and they are not recognized. So if I did not point to you, you don't speak, right? Yeah.
That's great.
So can you please go ahead, Lisa?
Pointing to me?
Yeah, now you can go ahead. I'm pointing to you.
All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for your question.
Yeah.
I want to say first, I just recognize, and I think a lot of people recognize that the work that you do in South Africa and the work that others do in Latin America and the Middle East and in Asia is very different and it's actually a whole lot harder to recruit an editor where you are than it is in North America and Europe. And the tactics that we've used in those places are different than what's going to work for you. And I don't think that we've completely figured it out yet, right? And it's going to be different in every local context. So part of moving to kind of the regional grant making was we understand that it's a different context. And we understand that the people who should be making those decisions are community members from those regions, not a centralized body, that meets in San Francisco. And so that was the push to try to act. It was actually a move to really show how important we actually think your work is and how different it is from the rest of the world and how it shouldn't be judged against it. So that is the goal there. So it is very much a commitment to regional diversity and making sure that it is valued in its own context. So, I know the meeting, there's a lot of talk about metrics and a lot about looking at impact. And I know that can be very scary. But what I want to say to you is that your work is not going to be compared to work done here in France. It's totally different. And quite frankly, your work is harder. And so it shouldn't be judged against that, and it shouldn't be compared. And so that is, I think, the commitment that we're giving to you. And we're in it in this process. I know the discussion this morning was very spicy, and I think that's okay, right? There's no decisions made yet. We're working through it, and we see the importance of your work.
All right, you want to go? Okay, so we're going to go back there, and then there, and then there.
Thank you very much. My name is Bisi Alimi, Wikimedia LGBT. I think my question is for Anusha. We've heard a lot about the challenges the movement is facing, especially the foundation in terms of readership, declining. But one of the things that I've not really heard so much, it's around how we communicate the fun side of Wikipedia to the world. You still ask people today that use Wikipedia every day, how does information get there? People don't know. And I think that there's a lot of, echo conversation that is going on within the community that is not filtering outside. And we worry a lot about AI. But if we really want to defend the legacy of this beautiful institution and infrastructure we've created, it doesn't have to be us fighting for it. It has to be other people out there who understand the benefit of it and can stand up for it. And I think in terms of communication, I don't know whether that exists. I think it's something that is missing. And I'm just curious to know what your strategy is in getting to people that don't know about who we are.
Thank you so much for the question. It's a really good one. So I think that the difference this year with our annual plan is the extreme investment we've actually put in raising understanding of Wikipedia across the globe for the reason that you mentioned just now. More people understanding Wikipedia, more people understanding that there are humans that sit behind all these encyclopedic pages that they read is really important to the overall strategy. And that's why, one, there has been a big investment in raising the visibility of Wikipedia this year through Wikipedia 25, wonderful activations like you've seen happen on the ground here with Baby Globe, for example, but also a real emphasis on communications as a driver of product as well. So we are investing a lot in product marketing next steps. We just completed an experiment, peak 3 of Wikipedia 25, where we were able to engage readers more around our app, for example. And that got 800,000 downloads in a period of 3.5 weeks. We were also able, throughout this year, to shine a light on community stories. So a lot of the Wikipedia 25 work had to do with showcasing volunteers like Netha Hussein, people like Hurricane Hank, who has touched every article about a hurricane on Wikipedia. We want people to understand that there are humans behind the work because, in my view, telling people that there is a community to join in light of the fact we are seeing so many trends towards social media platforms where people are craving connection and community, and we give people actually not just likes, but friendships, like a mission that they can believe in is something that we are trying to enlist in all of the strategic work that we're doing for the year, whether that actually be with fundraising or with product.
And then over there. And then over there.
Is this one?
Yeah.
Hi, Andy Russell, Board of Trustees for Wiki UK. And outside of my volunteering role on the board, I'm a lobbyist in the UK, so it's a policy-specific question. The tactical fears that might have been spoken about with other countries, I'd like to ask around how that's also reflected in how you're adapting locally on a legislative front. So policies, changes in the UK, in Australia, will have a knock-on effect. But having worked for and with other American institutions, there can be a tendency to revert to American ways of doing things when it comes to both strategic and tactical approaches with politicians. So how are you assuring that doesn't happen, because it can be a hindrance to those who don't have those systems?
Yeah, it's a great question. Stephen, with Global Advocacy.
So hi, thank you for the question. I'm Stephen Laporte. I'm the General Counsel for Wikimedia. And so that means I work with the teams that do trust and safety, the legal team that deals with laws once they've been passed, and our global advocacy team that works on trying to help shape the laws that benefit the project's future, as well as the the rest of like the free and open internet, right? So we're kind of fighting a bigger fight, I think, for a web that helps knowledge really thrive. I think there's a few strategies that we have found within the Wikimedia Foundation that are somewhat unique and enable us to not kind of maybe fall into the traps that other maybe national organizations might encounter when they go international. The first is that I see advocacy as something that we all do together as a movement. It's not something that the foundation does by itself. It's something the foundation does jointly with Wikimedia Europe when we're talking with European lawmakers. It's something we do with Wikimedia UK on some of the legislative changes that have happened there. And it's something that we do with organizations outside of the Wikimedia movement that share our same values. And I think working in coalition gives you such a great range of adaptability for different strategies, so you are not maybe stuck thinking about it just from the country where you may be looking out. And ultimately, we're working towards a global internet that benefits all people. And so I think that's something that many different organizations are all invested in, and something that can be a real opportunity for us to grow our movement by bringing along those who share that same vision. And as we think about some of the challenges that Wikimedia faces from things like AI, suddenly the number of people who face those same challenges is also a little bit bigger than who we've thought of as our allies. It's essentially anyone who's putting knowledge out there online is facing some of the same threats that we do. And I think that's a real opportunity for us to open our doors and to become even more influential because we have people who share the same problems. And even if they're not going to solve it with, say, a Creative Commons license like we will, they may be solving it with another license that, if sort of thought of together, could be the root of some sort of like legislative change that really protects free knowledge and more in the age of AI. So I really encourage us to think open and big about a lot of these things. But maybe to get super tactical for a second, really at the core of a lot of these advocacy issues is just explaining how Wikipedia works. So the work that Anusha's doing, I think, is part of that. And I think it's something that everyone here can do. And it's something that we have found to be incredibly important in the United States. Even where Wikipedia is incredibly well known, lawmakers have no clue how it works. Even the ones who might have concerns about Wikipedia are often able to address those concerns when we sit down with them and have a detailed conversation about all of the ways that Wikipedia works better than many of the other online platforms that they might be interested in regulating. So I think there's a lot of opportunity in all of these spaces, and I hope we use it not just to kind of win battles in legislatures, but also to grow our movement and kind of like make a bigger stand for free knowledge.
Thanks. So after yourself, I'm going to take the last round of questions, and then I'm going to let us go. Please go ahead.
Hi, I've been waiting for a while. So something I wanted to bring up is that it's sort of an incredible privilege to be able to attend conferences like this. And a lot of people who spend the majority of their time on Wiki don't necessarily get a chance to feel heard. They often feel like the door has been shut, or even when it's open, that they're not being listened to. And that tense relationship has existed for much, much longer than the union thing. I mean, I have heard about people being jaded for years, and each time, something happens, it just makes their, opinion of everything worse, and they stop losing hope that anything will change. And so I think that is much more important than something like AI, simply because when you look at a lot of long-term institutions that have failed in the past, it wasn't necessarily because of some change in society. It was because they stopped listening to the people who make it work. We shouldn't be, people to go around or to force changes upon. And we also shouldn't have to go to these other venues with much less transparency, like video calls and conferences and mailing lists and Discord and Telegram and all these other places. I feel like there should just be an increased emphasis on communication on Wiki. And that's something I feel like in many ways we have been failed in. And a lot of the time when that communication does exist, it's for input about specific features. And a lot of people just want to be able to talk to someone who can do something about things that upset them. And I'll also note that it doesn't feel great to be ignored, and that neither Bernadette or Selena have said anything on Wiki since May 24th, which is a really long time. So, yeah.
All right.
Maybe I can start, and then someone who's been here longer can speak to the conference calls versus other channels. So Hannah, thank you for the observation. I take no issue. In fact, I think it's a really valuable and important point. Oh, sorry. No, you're okay, Maggie. I think it's a really valuable and important point. That often great empires, as they say, crumble from within, right? Not from external threats, but from internal crumbling. And so I appreciate the sentiment. I don't disagree with it at all. I'll let someone else address sort of the tactical how we engage on Wiki. But I hear what you're saying, and I appreciate you raising it in this forum. So thank you for that. Does someone want to speak about the sort of on Wiki versus conference calls?
Thanks so much, Hannah. You know, I think it is really difficult in a movement diverse as ours to take into account all of the ways people like to communicate and like to receive communications. So I do think that you raise a really important point. We have a fragmented system within the movement for the way that we communicate across the board. And I don't necessarily think that that's just foundation to community. I think that's actually community members to community members as well. I've had the privilege to attend a few different regional conferences, for example, and sometimes what I've noticed at those places is that folks are actually talking about the same problems, the same complications, and they're not talking to each other about how they're solving them. So I can't, in this moment, give you a solution to all of the fragmented ways that we talk to each other and we communicate with each other, but I think it's a puzzle that we continue to try to address. And it's also part of the reason that the movement communications team was born in 2022. And I hope people have felt the difference in how the foundation is able to communicate with the movement in that time. I certainly feel a difference having been at the foundation for 7 years now, because when I arrived, I think we were, you can argue with me later about this, I think we were worse off when it came to those things, and I have seen progress.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we're taking the last round of questions. I see a hand there, and then there's a last one. Oh, where's that coming from now? Okay. There, okay, yeah, yourself and yourself. And then 4 hands.
Bonjour, je m'appelle we're spell checkers, but I'll put the question in English. Is it about time that the foundation looked at its structure and shifted from being a US organization running a global event to maybe split in two, have a Wikimedia USA and a global Wikimedia, which does all the non-US stuff, and maybe even partially or wholly relocates, because, as I think has been alluded to, the US might not be the best place for this sort of organization in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Can we go to this? Can we take them as a bundle? Okay, we're going to the second question. Where's the second hand? There's the second hand, and then we take the third hand. Please note the question, colleagues. Or you wanted to answer now, but please.
Can I go?
Yeah.
A couple of years ago, even a year ago, I wouldn't have imagined the level of progress generative AI would reach. We were talking much about hallucinations. I think that human knowledge was still superior and so on. Now it is in front of us that the level of quality that these tools have reached is very powerful and also very concerning. If I recall correctly, the foundation has only annual planning, so there is not multi-year planning on like these kind of things. So I would like to know from the executive team, what's your medium-term vision for Wikipedia? So for the reader experience, maybe also for the editor experience, but mostly for the reader experience. So what we are doing in a time frame of 2 to 3 years on a grand level, not like in detail, on the big scheme of things, what we are doing to prepare for an eventual Google Zero, or for when our readership will greatly decrease. Thank you.
Medium-term experience, okay, we go to the next one at the back, and then we end with you.
I think that's me. Echoing some of what Hannah was asking about, I've heard some of the same feedback already during Wikimania about communication and how the conference itself is arranged. Things like which talks are being chosen. There was the communication of tickets are available going out to a private Telegram group, and tickets sold out immediately before a single volunteer on any Wikipedia site had knowledge that tickets were available. And these sorts of issues come up at every conference, and then we seem to forget the lesson by the next big conference, Wikimania, WikiConference North America. Can we do something to get some continuity in fixing how we organize Wikimania and other large conferences?
Thank you so much. And then can we just grab the last one? Availability of tickets and how we organize the... That's the last one. Yes. Thank you.
Hi. First of all, hope you all are able to, once you meet next week and talk this over, voluntarily recognize the union. Next, just my question is, do you think it's consistent with the Wikimedia movement's values that when employees are laid off or fired from the Wikimedia Foundation, they're subject to non-disclosure and non-disparagement agreements that keep them from coming to us, their peers in the community, and telling us what experiences they've had with y'all, frankly?
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm trying to remember all the questions, and I'll hopefully get the mic right. I'm going to respond to the question about global organizations, and then also on the question about sort of post-departure obligations for employees. On the question about essentially, should the foundation as an organization that operates globally consider incorporating, I guess, in multiple places or elsewhere outside the United States? And I'll just tell you a little bit. This is a question that we think about and we do scenario planning within the organization on. So I don't want to maybe delve too deeply into some of the considerations. But I will tell you that it's very valuable to start not with kind of a fix, but rather with the problem that you're trying to address with that fix. That's usually a good way to go about evaluating if whatever proposal you have is going to be useful. And the Wikimedia Foundation, as an organization that has operated globally for decades now, has a really complicated experience because the internet itself knows no borders, right? And our goal is to try and host a project that is maximally free to as many people around the world as possible. That is a complicated goal to achieve. And I will say every place where you put an anchor off the kind of like internet into the cloud, you put an anchor onto the physical world, you are creating a restriction on what you are able to do as an organization. It reduces the amount of freedom that you have as a project. And so this is maybe an academic topic for us to go through, but one thing that I think you can look at is the Foundation's transparency report, where we publish on a twice-yearly basis. Everywhere we have to comply with a court order to either remove content or disclose data. And if you look at the data, you do not see the United States being the source of risk to date. That doesn't mean that everything that Bernadette said about the risks of the United States are not true. They are very severe. I feel them as someone who lives in the United States. It is extremely important for us to think through these and build in the protections we need to remain independent. But at the same time, we face those same challenges in many other countries around the world. And if you'd like, I can even walk through some litigation that I won't do it here because I think I'm being recorded somewhere, but I can walk through some recent litigation cases we have that I think many in the community do know about that involve both people in the United States as well as Europe. And we can see from the strategy they take to fight Wikipedia on where they think the weaknesses are in the law. And we track all of these things very closely because we need to build defense mechanisms. And that defense mechanism is not for the foundation, it's for you all, because that helps us defend your content and your data as strong as we possibly can. Okay, so that's kind of the problem space we're looking at. And I at the moment, don't think incorporating somewhere else or splitting the organization would increase the defense at this point. But like I said, something we constantly look at, and I'm happy to talk through some of the details with you if you're curious. The second question was about post-employment obligations. And I think this is, I would say, a complicated area because there are some things that employees have access to that I think everybody in this room would agree should remain confidential. For example, you have access to information about users. Maybe you sit inside of the trust and safety team, right? So you know about the complaints that have been made against users. Or you might sit in Selena's team and have access to the database and see things and know things that you should be expected to keep confidential even if you're no longer employed at the foundation. And at the same time, we at the foundation have certain obligations to the employees when they leave. We treat people respectfully, essentially, even if there are issues in sort of their departure, right? Like there is a principle of respect that we apply. And what we have in our confidentiality and other provisions that are part of, I would say, really standard employment agreements are ones that we have evaluated for our commitment to transparency and everything else, but operate under a principle of mutual respect, right? With the things that we don't say about employees are things employees don't say back about the organization. I think we can, again, I'm happy to have a deeper conversation about this if people really want to brainstorm other ways to deal with these issues. But I am fairly confident that what we do is in line with what other organizations do and what is sort of an appropriate way to steward an organization that many different people depend upon for the success of the projects.
Thanks.
So this is for the question about the multi-year planning potentially and generative AI and how are we thinking about things not just on an annual cadence but maybe a little longer, and what is our vision for that. So one thing that is true about this moment is we are publishing in the annual plan a set of metrics and targets for changes that we'd like to effect, both for editors and also for readers and other things. But those two, I think, are some of the most important. And those I do think about on a multi-year time frame. So our teams, they thought about the challenges that we were facing. They thought about the changes that we would have to make to the experience, the user experience. And they set 2- and 3-year targets for increases in different types of readers and different types of editors. So we are thinking about it in those terms, in terms of how we set our metrics. So for example, for our mobile experience, our mobile apps, we're trying to triple in 2 years the number of mobile users. And for a certain type of editor, we are trying to double the number of that type of editor in 2 years. So we are thinking about that in terms of the metrics. And then the specific experiences that we're going to work on. We're actually collaborating very deeply with communities on which experiences, especially on the editor front, also on the reader front. So there's a wide variety of things. Happy to talk, if any of you are interested in those. We've had a number of sessions where this has come up and people have been brainstorming and also sharing things that we've been testing. But that's what I'd say, if you're looking on Wiki for information about that type of thing, if you go in the annual plan and you look at the metrics for these things, you'll see at least the 1-year targets, and I can make sure that we get all the 2- or 3-year targets in there as well.
And I'd like Anusha to just speak a little bit to this as well.
Yeah, so I think Selena covered it well, but part of the reason that you may see us focus specifically on sort of a 12-month framework is that every year for the last, I would say, I think it's 4 or 5 years, we've incorporated a deep look at global trends. How are people creating and consuming information, and how have those changed over the years? We know what we know in this moment, but we certainly won't know how the world will change within the next 12 months. And so a lot of what we can do tactically and what we can plan for in the short term is very evident in the annual plan, and those are the discussions that we typically engage the entire community around. It is part of what Bernadette has done in some of her puzzle globe explorations, as well as in conversations with the movement around annual planning, and we have incorporated your feedback. So I actually think it's a really good example of the places in which movement have shaped planning at the foundation. That doesn't mean, as Selena was saying, that we don't think of our impact and the place that we want to go on a multi-year basis. And those are conversations that we start having at the foundation as early as September. In fact, a lot of times we're accused of annual planning for the entire year. So there is a lot going on in the background, but we do pivot when it comes to opportunity and challenges.
Okay, in a minute, can we answer the question about the availability of tickets? Just quickly.
What I can say about that is that Wikimania is a work in progress. So again, we're going to try to strengthen those muscles year on year. The particular complication I think that we had this year was the overwhelming response, which we in fact didn't anticipate. But I also want to say that we heard a lot of feedback on Wiki about the fact that the tickets did sell out. And as a result, the COT and Movement Communications worked really hard to be able to expand the numbers this year. And we're able to make additional tickets available because of the feedback that we received. We are always going to have a certain amount of resource challenges with this, but I totally take the point that it shouldn't be sort of like 10 minutes of a notice on, a Telegram channel. People need to know when the tickets go on sale, and there needs to be ample opportunity to be able to come to Santiago next year.
Colleagues, thank you so much. Can you please give them a round of applause? Thank you so much, colleagues.
Thank you, Bobby.
Yeah. Thanks for that.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here on time. My name is Asaf. I work for the community development team of the Wikimedia Foundation. And I want to use the time we have to demonstrate building a Wikimedia tool, a completely new Wikimedia tool, using agentic AI. We have about 85 minutes, and with any luck, we will get it from nothing to a working tool, or as close as we can get. And my goal and my primary target audience is people who do program in at least one programming language, however rustily, because I'm not going to explain things like what is Git and how to host things on ToolForge. Those things are documented elsewhere. My goal is to get people who have programmed something but have not yet used agentic AI to just see what it looks like and what it can do. And I'm going to do it live. I'm defying the demo gods, and I hope it'll work. But I want to really walk you through what I do. I'll try to make everything large enough so that you can see, but I also encourage you, this room is not really set up for this kind of thing. I encourage you to just take the seats in the front or come as close as you can to the screen so that you can follow. Let's see about the font size here. It's less sharp? Less sharp, okay. Okay, all right. How do I make the text bigger here? No, not in the terminal. Oh, zoom in, here we go. Well, this was supposed to respond to Control Plus, but doesn't for some reason. Because it's like my shift is... Okay, all right, this is better, right? Okay, so just a few words of preface. So you all know we're in the midst of an AI revolution, and the rate of innovation is amazing, blah, blah, blah. What I want to say is AI is also... I mean, it's amazingly useful, but it's also a bubble, which means right now AI costs are heavily subsidized. What we're paying for using it, first of all, there's all kinds of free options, but even the non-free options are heavily subsidized. And this bubble, like all bubbles, will burst sooner or later. I don't know if it'll be next month or in 6 months or in 2 years, but it will burst, and AI costs will rise perhaps dramatically, maybe 5 times or 10 times what they are today. Today, they're quite affordable, at least for the global minority, global north, but it could change, which is why I'm passionate about getting as many Wikimedians as possible to take advantage of the bubble and experiment now, while the experimenting is cheap. Okay, so that's something I wanted to get in there. What I show now may not be as easily accomplishable in 2 years, at least financially. Okay, so what I'm going to use is Claude Code, and I have a paid subscription. I pay $20, $25 a month, something like that. And I have what's called a Claude Pro account. It's not the highest tier account, but it's more than enough for what I want to show you. There are free options, but I don't want to discuss that. Just use whatever, all the tools that are available right now, Codex and Gemini, anti-gravity, you know, they're all almost the same quality. They keep kind of leapfrogging each other. It doesn't matter. They're all quite good today and can do what we want to do. So what I've prepared is a little tiny bit of boring infrastructure. As you know, most of our tools are hosted on the Foundation Tool Forge. That's an environment with servers that just hosts our tools. And to get a tool hosted there, you have to go through a certain procedure that is boring and not AI related. So I did that already. And we have a tool for the tool that we're going to build. But since I didn't know what that tool would do, I called it ToolX. So toolx.toolforge.org. You can see it's already up and running. And all it does is show you this very boring screen. And the other thing I've prepared in advance is OAuth authentication. In case we want our tool to make edits on our behalf, we need, of course, the tool to be able to use our account for edits, like like quick statements or other tools that make edits on your behalf, OpenRefine. Those tools need authentication. That also requires, submitting in a consumer application and getting someone at the foundation to authorize it. That could have taken time. So I did that in advance in case we want this tool to make edits on our behalf. But that's it. There's nothing else in this tool. It has zero logic. It is a very, very empty application in the programming language that I chose, which is Ruby. I know it's not the most popular programming language out there, but that's my favorite, and I'm using Ruby. But if you have any programming experience in anything, you should be able to read Ruby code quite easily. And even reading code is not even the point here today. So we can take a look, if you like, at what we have here. We can use any IDE, in this case Visual Studio Code, and we can look at my little application. Let's enlarge this as well. Let's remove this and that. Okay, so this is a bit of Ruby code. It requires some basic libraries for doing networking so that it can make the OAuth request, and then there is an application. It has some constants like the URL for the OAuth, whatever, it doesn't matter. And then all of this is about the authentication. And then you see there's a line that says get / like the root URL of this app, and just show a bit of HAML. HAML is a kind of markup for describing views, describing user interface. So go to the HAML file called index, and this is that file. If you are authenticated, it says, hey, you're authenticated with Wikimedia. Otherwise, it says ToolX makes changes, so it needs you to log in, which is what we saw here, right? That's it. That's literally all. You see, that's whoops. This is the entire content of the display file that this application shows, and there's basically nothing else. All the rest is handling this login, logged in, not logged in, log out, etc. So it's an empty application. Okay, that's what I wanted to show you. Okay, now what do we want our tool to do? I sent yesterday on the chat a link to a page off my user page with some ideas for what tool we might be building. And I hoped people would brainstorm on it, but nobody did. So I'm going to just pick one of the ideas I've had, which is to build a tool. How many of you know the English Wikipedia article assessment thing, where every article has on the talk page? Let's look at this quickly. Wiki News, wow. Okay, yeah, so every article on Wikipedia, almost every article on Wikipedia, has this thing, which, among other things, all these boxes says, this article is rated, oh, let me enlarge this. This article is rated a C class on Wikipedia's content assessment scale. It is of interest to the following wiki projects, okay? So articles are sort of claimed by a topic-based wiki project, and that wiki project or someone on behalf of that wiki project also assesses the article quality on English Wikipedia's content assessment scale, which those of you not familiar with it don't need to worry too much about it, but just to remind you, it has featured articles, good articles, B class, C class, start class, stub class, right? And then there are lists as well, okay? So And of course, there are descriptions here for when and how we rate these articles differently that we won't go into because they're not interesting for our purposes. So this system is very, very manual, right? Someone has to go to the article and read it and think and go, this is a C-class article, and then put that, in the talk page. And once they do, nothing else happens. That rating stays there until such time as some other person will come and look at the article again and go, wait, this article has improved. It is now B-class, right? Or someone proactively says, I've improved it so much, I would like the community to consider making it a featured article, right? That's when a lot of people will pay attention. But the vast majority of articles that have received an assessment never have that assessment updated. Just because nobody got around to it, nobody, took the initiative. And so what I propose our tool, Tool X, would do is be a workbench or an environment that would help us and encourage us to reassess articles that have already been assessed, but more than 5 years ago. And so there's a good chance they might have improved since then, at least worth a look to see if maybe we can reassess the quality. And reassessing quality is itself a manual thing, as we mentioned, so we can even benefit from some modern technology that we have. The foundation has machine learning technology called LiftWing. Maybe not all of you have heard of it, but maybe more of you have heard of ORS. Do you remember ORS? That was rating article quality in all kinds of languages. So LiftWing is the more modern service, and it can offer a machine-generated assessment of the article, which is obviously inferior to a human assessment, but has one huge benefit. What is the benefit? That the machine does it, right? And not us. And statistically, it does a decent job. So we're going to use that technology to build a tool that helps us update the assessments in a particular wiki project that have not been assessed or looked at in a long time, and it's going to do it by using the LiftWing service to get a new assessment and then compare it, right? See if it's different from the old assessment, the 5 years old or more assessment, and if it is, it will let us update the assessment. Okay? Is that clear? What the tool is doing? I want everyone to be with me. So is someone, okay, we have microphones here. Do we have a microphone runner? We have a volunteer here. In the back, there was a question, and over there. I cannot hear. Oh, thank you. Okay. Okay, I'm glad it's clear. Yeah.
So everything is clear. I just want to clarify something, or actually ask. So wouldn't it be more logical to check the last time the assessment was updated, rather than proactively get a new assessment and then compare the old and the new one? Because I assume
to begin with, the tool is going to show us articles that have not been reassessed in a long time in a list, and then we'll say, okay, let's reassess this one.
Okay, so it wouldn't just go willy-nilly reassessing and then comparing. Okay.
Yes, that's a programmer there already thinking about efficiency and things. Very nice. Okay, so I don't need this. I can talk to these. Okay, so we have a tool that does nothing, remember? And this is that tool on ToolForge. I wanted to show you that it's already on ToolForge, and when we're done, we're going to update ToolForge with our real tool. But for now, let's work locally on my machine. So let's just start this empty application that we have. Okay, this is now, as you can see, on localhost. This is on my machine. Yeah. Okay, and we actually, let's forget about logging in for now. Let's just get the tool to show us wiki projects, and then let us pick a wiki project. And once we have picked a wiki project, show us a list of articles, etc. So how do we begin? agents these days work very well inside the IDE, inside Visual Studio Code or other things you may use. I'm going to deliberately show you the command line, not the IDE. I think it's clearer to focus on the dialogue with the agent and not have the rest of the IDE in the way. So you install your favorite agent. I'm skipping that too because you can just Google Claude code, download and get instructions and download it, install it on whatever operating system you're using. So again, this has already been done. You type Claude, and Claude Code greets you with this prompt. And you notice that I'm already in ToolX, the project directory for ToolX, okay, which has that shell that I've shown you, right? It's not completely empty. This is important because it's not empty, Claude will know when I ask it to generate some code, it will generate code in Ruby. I won't even have to tell it to generate code in Ruby. Why? Because it realizes that it is in a Ruby application. Okay? So that's better than starting from a completely empty folder. Okay, so let's tell Claude what we want. And as you have heard or seen, if you've used AI chat interfaces at all, even not for coding, everything depends on the quality of your prompt, right? The more articulate you are in expressing what you want and what you don't want, the better the outcome will be, or the fewer iterations you're going to need to get what you want, right? So if it doesn't work the first time, if it didn't get it quite at what you meant, that's okay. You can try again. You can say, well, this is nice, but I want it more like this. That's fine. It's built to do that iteratively, but it's just more costly, both in computing power, tokens, subscription costs, and your own time. So it is worth spending a little more time designing a good prompt. If I just tell it, make me a Wikipedia article reassessment tool, right? There's any number of ways to interpret that, right? And what articles, which articles, reassess how, right? And it will do it. The amazing thing about agentic AI is that no matter what you type, it's going to do its best to give you what you want, right? But if you make such a woolly, unspecific request, it will have difficulty. So it will either give you something that's way off what I described to you, or it will ask you a lot of questions. So let's try to express ourselves as well as we can. The app right now does nothing. We want the first step to be allowing us to choose a wiki project. Okay, we want to focus on wiki projects that we care about. So, one more preliminary remark. If you've been to other sessions about AI, you may have heard about skills, and which are basically little descriptions, little recipes that tell the agent how to do a certain kind of task so that it doesn't have to use its general intelligence to try to crack it. It can follow the recipe and just get it right more efficiently. Those are skills. And Andrew Lee has created a bunch of Wikipedia and Wikimedia specific skills which I have installed on this Claude here in my machine. So what you're seeing is not Claude out of the box, it's Claude that has learned some Wikipedia-specific skills. All that it means is that when I ask it to, for example, find me English Wikipedia wiki projects, it knows how to do that. It knows about the Wikipedia API already. It knows where to go and how to find that because Andrew Lee had a skill that does that, that teaches how to do that. Yes, there was a question there? Yes. There's 3 mics here. You can maybe have another one in this part of the room.
Do you actually have to tell to use those skills, or will it find those skills by itself?
Excellent question. The amazing thing about skills is that using very simple Markdown, if you don't know Markdown, it's just a kind of structured text, kind of like Wikicode. You can just say what is what. And with very simple Markdown, you can kind of tell the agent, not just Claude, so here's a recipe on how to do certain things, and here are some keywords to watch out for. So if the user mentioned Wikimedia API or wiki projects, use this skill.
Okay.
Right?
Thanks.
It's not guaranteed. It's not like a 100% accurate system, but again, like many things in agentic AI, it's really, really good enough. And of course, when it gets it wrong, you can correct it. You can say, no, that's not what I meant. You should use this API, not that API. Or, yeah.
I just may link the skills which you were mentioning in the Wikimania chat, so people
Oh,
can
thank you.
and then
Yeah.
go through it. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for doing that. Okay, so the skills are there. Now let's tell it what we want. What do we want? Let's see. Show the user, and of course the fun is you just talk regular English. You don't need to be a programmer to do this. It helps though, because programmers naturally phrase requirements in a more in a way that is closer to the tech, right? So let's see. Show the user an edit box with autocomplete. Okay, now we all know what autocomplete is, right? You start typing and there's autocomplete. Well, the agent also knows that. It's really cool. You know, you don't have to like break it down into the minute technical components, like when the user typed something in, make a JavaScript event that catches that and then sends an AJAX request to the server. Those of you who are programmers know what I'm talking about, to retrieve matches and then show them in a drop-down, right? You don't need to do any of that. You say autocomplete, everybody knows, great. So show the user an edit box with autocomplete, listing, English, Wikipedia, wiki projects, and let the user choose one, okay? Now, I could press enter now, and the agent would start building that. And it'll probably succeed, but that's not everything I want, right? So does it make sense to just type the whole idea, the whole application in advance? Sometimes it does, usually not. But there's sort of an art, and it's more of an intuition as to how much you give it in one sort of prompt. And in this case, I feel we should give it a little more. Why? Because we're going to have an autocomplete, and someone's going to type, you know, I don't know, botany, right, and get wiki project botany. And then what, right? You press wiki project botany, and something should happen, right, when you've picked that wiki project. What should happen, do you think? Let's imagine our tool. Yeah, so we want some kind of listing of the contents from Wiki Project Botany, and we don't want all the contents. Remember, we said we want to look for stale assessments. So it would be nice to already give it in this first prompt that once I select a wiki project, I want you to go through that wiki project. Oh, for those who don't know, let's look at a wiki project for a second, shall we? Let's look at, I don't know, Wikipedia, wiki project. Biology. I don't know. So just in case some of you have not been around wiki projects, and yeah, so this is wiki project biology, and like most wiki project, it has like these articles need help, and these are the members of the wiki project, and resources, and links, and things, and Discord. But what we care about is the assessment page, and in the assessment page we have these familiar colorful tables, right, that give us the matrix of quality versus importance of articles, and we can click each of those and get a list of those articles, okay? So this is what we want, the assessment page. So back to our prompt. Can you read this? Is this big enough? Yeah, perfect, okay. So let the user choose one. Right, now, once chosen, get a list of, get a list from the wiki project's assessment page or subpage, right? By the way, this is one of the wonders of this stuff, is that you can be a little imprecise. You know, it's not like there's one way the agent will understand you, and anything you type that's a little to the left or right, it won't. Even typos, by the way. I'm a fairly careful typist, but sometimes I might press enter before I realize I flipped 2 letters or something. The agent usually gets it, usually.
What you can also do is, if you're bilingual, you can use both languages and mix them. At least, if I don't know a word in English, I'll just type it in Dutch and it works as well.
Yeah. Good luck with Hebrew, but yeah. Yes, Martins, can you pass the microphone there?
if you are willing to do so, you can also use audio as input. It will text speech to text. I have colleagues who are really productive that way. And there is one thing you might not want to go overboard with writing, because it affects your cost, how much you write. There is approach where you use some caveman language. You write short words and you describe in a really short sentence.
Go Wiki project, get list.
Something like that. But understanding.
I wouldn't actually recommend caveman language. I think really articulating what you want in this way. You don't have to, embellish, and you don't need to be polite. You don't need to say please and thank you, though some people do anyway. But yeah, just saying what you wanted to do is helpful. You wanted to add something? Yeah.
Just a tiny bit, if we're generally at the section of like giving helpful tips, I totally agree with like being precise and everything. And so sometimes I start out not here, but in ChatGPT, for example, and we talk together about what's the prompt that I will actually eventually hand over to Cloud Code or whatever it is.
Right.
And that also is very helpful, especially if I don't really know what's the technical stack that I will be using, if it's something that I'm not usually working on.
Yeah. When in doubt, you really can try at least to let the agent figure it out, right? If there's some technology or some piece of something that you yourself don't know how to do as a programmer, remember that these agents have basically read the internet, and they're very likely to be able to at least take a good shot at implementing it. And you can always, again, redirect or steer it if it didn't get it quite what you wanted. And finally, as long as we're talking about ways of input, you can even paste an image into this command line interface. It doesn't feel like it would work, but it does in Claude, right? So for example, if you have results, but the window is a bit to the text is overflowing something and it's hard to describe exactly what's wrong with it, you can literally paste the image and then say, see, the word user there is outside the box, and it can use computer vision to figure it out and understand what you mean and then fix the CSS or whatever needs fixing. So back to our command, our request. Get a list from the Wiki project's assessment subpage of articles whose assessment on the talk page is more than 5 years old. Right? Yes?
Why not add the time since it was last updated?
Yeah, okay.
Instead of a Boolean.
Yeah, I didn't actually choose a Boolean yet. I chose the condition of what would be picked. I didn't say anything about what would be displayed, right? So, but you agree this is what we talked about, right? Finding articles that have been assessed a long time ago and getting them, and now you're right that this is the very next step. Like, what do you show me about them, right? So, show, I don't know, let's say 25 such articles. Okay, let's be reasonable. Show 25 such articles sorted by page view count, descending, right? Like, why do I do that? To focus on visible, popular articles first, right? So if we have an article that is viewed a lot and is misassessed, right, has been assessed 5 years ago and may have greatly improved, those are the more urgent ones I want to reassess, right? So that's just a useful little trick. As long as we do this, let's sort it by descending page view count. By the way, I'm not telling the agent how to figure out the page view count. And sorted by descending page view count, along with a button called reassess. Okay? We will specify the button functionality later. Why am I telling it that we'll do it later? What?
To get a stub.
Well, but I could get a stub without telling it that, right? Yes, because I don't want it to make something up in this case. The agent is really trying to be helpful, right? So if you tell it, along with a button called reassess, it will, in high likelihood, try to figure out what I meant that button should do, and maybe try to implement something. But because I want to keep this reasonably short and I want to walk you through these iterations, I'm deliberately telling it, just leave that button alone. Just make me that button and we will add functionality to it. Is everybody comfortable with what this prompt says? You know what it says, you know why it says it, right? Okay. So with a brief prayer to the demo gods, we will now press enter and see what happens. And right now, Claude has started thinking. And it talks to us while it does this. I'll start by exploring the current code base to understand what's there before building this feature. Well, that's probably wise, right? Look at what code base you're walking into first. That's reasonable. And it reads a bunch of files. Now, it is already stopped and says, well, do you want to proceed? What is it asking me? It is asking me about a command line that it wants to run on the computer. And I'm stressing this. This may be easy for people who've done this before, but I want to explain to those who haven't yet, right? The chat that you're used to from like the web interface where you ask it, I don't know, what is the capital of Madagascar, right? The chat is just returning a string to you. It doesn't run anything on your computer. Here, we're in the command line, and this process could do anything it wants on this command line. It could create files, delete files, read files, right? So these agents are trying to be very careful, have guardrails, and they ask for permission before they do things. So this can get a little wearying, tedious, and you can change this in the configuration, but I don't want to go into that. I don't want to take away from our building time. But you can decide that you're super trusting or that you're running this in a sandbox and you're not worried about it deleting your computer, and tell it, just stop asking me. Just do the needful, you know, do what you need to do. I did not choose that, so I'm going to approve this action. And can we make do with one level less, just so that we can see a little bit more? Can you still see? Okay. All right, so it is checking out what the application looks like so far. It hasn't coded anything yet. And now it says, this is a substantial feature involving specific Wikimedia APIs. It figured that out. Let me consult the relevant skills to ground my approach before designing. The trickiest requirement is determining the age of an assessment. Remember, I did not tell it how to figure that out. So it needs to figure that out now. And you can see that it has loaded the skill Wikimedia page assessment and the skill Wikipedia wiki projects. Thanks again to Andrew Lee. Are you here? Hey. By the way, Andrew Lee created those skills because they didn't exist before, and he was futzing around with his agent. His agent figured it out the hard way, right? And when it was done, when the agent figured out how to do that, the extra step that we're grateful for is that Andrew actually told it, okay, now that you understand how to get wiki projects and how to do page assessment, bake it into a skill, package it in that file, that markdown file, and put it on publicly on GitHub so that others can benefit, right? I encourage you to do the same when you gain experience and build useful bits, useful things, not a whole application, but how to do this kind of query, how to do that kind of thing. Okay, and now what happened while I was talking? Let's see. Now I understand the data model well. The key mechanism for assessment age is page assessments, page revision joined to the revision table for a timestamp that lives in the ToolForge DB replica. Let me check what infrastructure this tool already has configured and validate a couple of API mechanisms live before I design. No DB replica credentials are configured. This is correct. I have not configured any DB replica credentials. The tool currently only does OAuth. That's a key constraint. The clean assessment timestamp path page assessments joined to revision in the ToolForge replica needs DB infrastructure this tool doesn't have yet. Let me validate the live API mechanisms to see what's achievable without it. And it tries a bunch of things. It wants to run some experimental calls. Let's see what it does with this. By the way, we could make it easier for the tool if we don't want to mess with the DB credentials. We can set up the DB credentials on ToolForge, but not on my development machine as easily. So we might do that a little later, but we can actually ask it, tell it that it doesn't need to fetch the current assessments immediately, right? The list of articles that are stale, that are old, we can just have as a list, and then when we pick one particular article, it can read the assessment from the article talk page itself, right? Instead of from the database. Are you with me? Okay, but let's see how Claude does with this. As you can see, some questions are more challenging than others.
But you do it on spare time. I mean, this is always my problem, that it takes like a long time and then you're like, yeah, already had coffee.
Yeah. By the way, I have done a lot of agentic coding while doing other things. For example, I'm editing a novel, which is a very linear work. You know, I can just do a sentence at a time or something. So I give it a command, I let it run, and I go back to editing a novel. And then I check back in a few minutes later. Yes, you can fetch content from mediawiki.org, and you can run this curl command. By the way, you can look into the details of everything it's doing, right? It's making some kind of call to the API, and I'm not particularly interested right now, but I could, by pressing Control-O, read the whole thing that it sent, the whole query it sent to the API, if I really want to follow along, and for our purposes, I don't. Okay, yes, you can read from GitHub. So you can see that it's trying to read an extension, a Wikimedia extension about page assessments. I doubt that would be helpful. And it's run into a 404 error. And I'm glad it did, because this also demonstrates the kind of thing that happens a lot when you're letting your agent figure out something difficult. It tries things. It guesses URLs that sometimes don't exist. You know, it fumbles quite a bit, which is okay, because it's a machine. It doesn't mind fumbling, right? It just, again, it costs you time, it costs you tokens, but it's okay that it doesn't get it immediately right. And you can, at this point, you kind of have to make a decision as its human caretaker. Do I let it continue to fumble around and hope that it ends up figuring it out? Or do I say, okay, you know what, hang on, let's take a different tack. Maybe you need more input from me. Maybe I need to change the requirements. So what do you say? Shall we let it continue to struggle to get the assessments to begin with? Or shall we say, you know what, show us the list without the assessments, but sorted by popularity. So we still get a guaranteed high traffic, stale assessment page, right? We just don't know what the assessment is. Okay, should we do that? Yeah? No? Yes, okay. Yeah, because I don't think it's going to get anywhere, but this is great demo stuff, right? I have demonstrated to you how something is a little too complicated for it to figure out. Okay, so you can always press escape, and it just stops whatever it's doing. It immediately stops. By the way, if you didn't mean to, and you wanted to actually continue, you can just say something like, continue, go on, and it will. Okay, so we want to say, on second thought, we don't need the assessments in the list. Okay, that should let it move forward. Just show the list of stale assessment articles with popularity. Well, let's spell it out, which page view, with page view count. Okay, that's it. That's it. No, well, I already said 5 years in my first prompt, and that's worth mentioning for those who are less experienced. This whole conversation is taken into account every time I press enter. Okay, so even though in this time I didn't mention 5 years, it remembers, or rather it is reminded that I specifically said 5 years in my first prompt. Okay, it will take that into account. Eventually, when you do a lot of back and forth with the tool, it gets long, and again, that increases your token use, your costs. So if you've moved on, like if it did what you want, don't continue chatting with it. Use a command. Commands are with /. You can type / and then start typing. There's a command called clear, which just makes it forget this conversation. And that means that the next conversation will start without all the context of this talk about building the list. Once the list is built, we don't need it to keep being reminded that we want a list of 5 years, etc. Right? Okay. So it is thinking about my new, or rather modified requirement. And let's see if now it'll be able to build us what we wanted, which is already not a tiny thing, right? It somehow goes and fetches a list of wiki projects and then lets us select, oh, it doesn't fetch a list. It takes our input and then auto-completes and then lets us select a wiki project. And once we've selected a wiki project, it shows us a list of stale articles. Sure, yeah. Let's take questions while we're waiting.
Thank you. I was wondering if you would prefer to use a dump of the wiki on your local computer instead of always requiring a request to the live website, since what you're doing right now will perfectly work with a 2-day-old dump.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. It will work perfectly with a dump, but the answer is no, I would not like to use a dump because I'm building a tool for others to use, right? They will not be running it from my computer. I'm building a tool that's going to live on ToolForge that everybody needs to be able to access without a dump on their computer. Okay, what have we done here? So it took a while, right? Where was it? Here. And it says, okay, that settles the key design question. Looking at update record, that's a function that it already created. The extension reads, no, that's a function in the file it was looking at in the MediaWiki extension. The extension reads the existing class and returns without updating if they're unchanged. So it's rewritten only when it changes. The timestamp is a faithful assessment last changed signal. The ToolForge DB replica approach is sound and accurate. Here's my plan, and one thing I can't do myself. Autocomplete, I will implement an autocomplete path which calls the prefix search API, filters to real wiki project pages, no subpages. UI uses a debounce data list, no JavaScript dependencies. It's okay if you don't quite understand what all that means. It's fine, it's engineering jargon. The stale list will be this path, wiki project name equals X. It'll query the replica, filtering timestamps, ranking, will page this, etc. What this requires that the tool doesn't have yet is a database replica access. I'll add a self-contained DB driver and read credentials from this, which is automatically present on ToolForge. This is correct. Or envars. Locally, you'll need an SSH tunnel to the replica per the Wikimedia database skill. There's a skill for that too. We need a t-shirt, right? There's a skill for that. Since I have no DB credentials in this environment, so I can verify the API autocomplete page views parts live here, but not the live SQL. 2 decisions are genuinely yours. And this is what Claude looks like when it really needs input from you, because it can think of 2 ways to go, and you need to make a decision. For a large wiki project, the stale set can be thousands of articles, and page views must be fetched, batched 50 titles per request to rank them. How should I bound this? Should I cap candidates? This is recommend. So it asks you for a decision, and it sometimes even tells you, I think you should choose this. Score up to N articles at a time, score all of them, no cap, or use /popular pages, which exists in some projects. Or type something, right? If neither of these 3 options is good, you can just type and say, no, what you should do is something else. So this is one question. There's another question about the local DB, and once we answer those 2 questions, we can proceed. But you know what? I don't want it to use the replica. I want it to use the API. So I'm going to type something, and I'm going to say, I don't need the assessments. It seems to have missed my input. Have you noticed this? Because I said we don't need the assessments in the list, just show the list. So I'm just going to repeat this. I'm not sure why it missed it. Maybe it was so dedicated to its search for the assessment problem. And by the way, this isn't me just joking. The AI, even though it's algorithmic, it's a machine, does have sort of fluctuating attention, right? Sometimes it's really obsessed about something, and the signal that you send it is too weak to draw it back to where you want it to go. So I'm going to say, like I said above, passive-aggressive, we don't need the assessments in the list. Just show the list of sales assessment articles with page view count. Use the MediaWiki API rather than the DB replica. Let's see how that works. And then it says the tool has no local DB credentials here. How do you want local development against the replica to work? We could say, yeah, let's create an SSH tunnel to ToolForge. Okay, let's allow it to do that. And I've now answered both of its questions, and I'm submitting my answers. So until you click submit, you can still change your mind. You can look at all the answers. And let's see what it does with that. Any other questions or comments people want to share while it's working? Claude is working hard, but I'm sweating. So there's often more than one way to do something, right? In this case, you could do it with the API, you could do it with the replica, and sometimes the agent will pick the way you didn't have in mind, and sometimes it would be correct to do so. Other times you may want to shift it away from a direction that it was working on into a direction you prefer for whatever reason. Yes, you had a comment.
Do you work on multiple shell with different Claude projects in the same time? Because usually what I did, instead of waiting and discussing, I don't always have an audience, so I can work up to 3 projects at the same time, though it is exhausting. And it's time, it's attention shifting, so
yeah.
How do you manage that?
You can, and I have done that. Because Claude is working on a code base in a particular state, you usually don't want more than one agent working on the same exact source tree because they can mess each other up and confuse each other about what to commit to Git, etc. So you probably want different checkouts, right? You want to check out your project multiple times, or it could be different branches, or it can be the same branch, just different work trees, so that you can have an agent working on each, and then when each of them finishes, you can commit, and they can sync across the work trees. That works well. There's even more sophisticated aggregation systems or harnesses. One of the better known ones is by veteran ex-Google and ex-Amazon engineer Steve Yegi, who created something called Gastown. And that's not for beginners, seriously, because that's for people who have, like 5 parallel Claude Premium, Claude Max accounts. People who are ready to spend $500 or $1,000 a month on agentic coding. That's for them, right? And this Gastown is a software environment that is designed for running dozens and dozens of agents and has supervisory agents and has an acute agent called the mayor. And you only have to talk to the mayor of Gastown, and you just tell it what you want, and it sends, there's all kinds of weird metaphors there, like polecats or whatever, to do the actual work, and then they report to the mayor. Again, if once you're at the level of being ready to spend that much money on agentic coding, I am not, you could experiment with that. It's a very interesting platform. Okay, Claude is still thinking. Wow. Why is it so long? I don't know. It could be because it's a complex problem. And in the background, there's all kinds of things happening, right? It might have tried something, realized it didn't work. Instead of showing me something that doesn't work, it silently trashes it and starts working again. It could even be network issues, right? If I lost connectivity, that could also be it. But usually, there is a timeout here, and Claude will eventually say, oh, I cannot access the network.
Yeah,
But a few minutes, like 10 minutes, 12 minutes even, is normal for complicated things. Yes?
Yeah, in my experiences, sometimes it's also just saying like it's thinking, but it's doing all kind of stuff in the background, but it somehow doesn't show up. And I've pushed it to 45 minutes or even longer. So depending on how complicated the task is you put in there, it's I heard some people say like, oh, but it's so slow. But I think we shouldn't think about it like a web page loading or something. It's doing real work. You would spend hours on this if you have to do this by hand.
Yeah, and also it's a question of load on Claude's servers, on Anthropic's servers. A lot of people are doing what we're doing right now all over the world, and some people are doing it at enterprise scale, so they have had outages as recently as, I don't know, 3 weeks ago, the whole thing was down, so that could be it. But here we are, we have some progress here. So after thinking of a whole bunch, it says the user's answer is decisive. MediaWiki API only, no DB replica. Thank you, Claude, you understood. That actually simplifies deployment enormously. No native DB gem, no credentials, nothing new in the gem file, but it moves all the way onto determining assessment age via the API, since there's no timestamp column to query. My approach for API-only staleness, for each candidate, scan its talk page revision history with content newest to oldest to find when the assessment class equals last changed, stopping early as soon as the class differs. To keep this bounded, I rank by page views first and only staleness check those 25 first hits. Let me verify the exact API shapes I'll depend on, then build. Okay, so at that moment, Claude just understood what I wanted and picked an approach. It hasn't implemented it yet, but this approach sounds good to me. And now it wants my permission to do something again. And now it's going to basically try. It often tries, kind of makes a dry run with throwaway code, just a minimal amount of code that runs a request to make sure that it understands how to do it in the API, and then it touches our actual application code. That's actually really good, right? So it doesn't litter our application code with all kinds of test temporary stuff, but when it's ready, it updates the code. And here you see that he says, everything I need, that's at the bottom, right? Everything I need is verified. Project pages gives the article set, and scanning talk page revisions reliably surfaces the assessment class. No new gems required. Gems are Ruby packages. This stays pure net HTTP plus JSON, very basic libraries, which keeps the build pack deployment trivial. Now I'll build it. Okay, and now it makes changes to my code. As you can see, it went to my code app.rb, RB is Ruby, and it added another required package called time. That makes sense because we want to compare times, right? And it also updated the code with, as you can see, the address of the Wikipedia API, right, in a constant, and an appropriate user agent. That's something the MediaWiki API is very particular about and will refuse you service if you don't send a compliant user agent string, as you will find out the hard way. So again, and how did it know, to pay attention to the user agent? Again, a skill. That's right. Okay, and you can see that it has result limit 25, page view days, whatever. And here is the actual code, okay? It created a function called API get, which goes to the Wikimedia API. And it has a kind of parallel function to retrieve those change dates. This is the function for the autocomplete here in the center, you see, called search wiki projects. It runs an API to get wiki projects that start with the text we wanted. I'm showing you the code before the ta-da moment of showing you the application. Stale articles, it filters the stale. That's a lot of code, right, that I did not write. Now the roots, this is like how the Ruby application handles different URLs. It adds a standard root, it adds a slash wiki project root, it adds a reassess root for the button. You can see that it prepared a handler for that button that I told it not to worry about, right? It prepares a handler, and it even added a comment. Functionality is specified later. For now, it acknowledges the request, so the button is wired end to end. Right? This is an example of the agent going above and beyond, right? I told it, don't worry about the button, just put it there, right? We'll specify it later. But the agent said, okay, I'm not implementing anything in the button, but it will acknowledge being pressed so that you know it was wired, so that you know that there's a click event that activates it. That's actually very nice and considerate of the agent. But is again an example of how the agent went beyond what I at least envisioned. Okay. Now the views. So we have the code that handles all the queries, the API, etc. The views are the user interface, right? We already have a basic view, index.html. It rewrites it with some more meaningful text. Remember, it just said, this tool will use login information, and that's it. Now it changes it to pick an English Wikipedia wiki project. You'll get up to 25 of its articles whose talk page assessment hasn't changed in over 5 years, most viewed first. This is what we meant, but that's not a text that I authored, right? The agent was able to compose reasonable English language user-facing text explaining what this tool does. Okay, and the results view, we don't have to go through Ruby code, and I understand most of you don't read Ruby here. That's fine. And there's some CSS here, some styles for the code, and that is it. Now, Claude is a very disciplined coder, junior coder, but a very disciplined one, and it generally adds tests to what it implements, and you should welcome that. It's always good to have tests. So it tests that the code it did passes a syntax check, and now it wants to actually test it with a running application, and we say OK. And yes. And in just a short moment, we will be able to show the app. Autocomplete works. Now the full flow. Let me pick a genuinely small wiki project so the test is quick, then time a real request. Do you see how, I don't know, practical and sensible the agent is? It understands that wiki projects can be different sizes, and for our testing purposes, let's pick a small one so that it's easy and quick, right? Okay. List projects uses the assessment project name, which for some pages, task forces like Barbados, differs from the page title, a real but acceptable V1 limitation. That's already, a bit of opinionated decision making, right? It says, that's complexity that we can maybe leave for later. I actually agree. Let me find a small project that does have its own assessments to test the full pipeline. And it did. Oh, okay, it's testing now on projects numismatics and amphibians and sharks and beekeeping. Cool. Waterfalls, volcanoes, Kentucky, Nevada. Okay. And here we go. Now it's testing. By the way, since it has implemented the code, if I'm super impatient, I can just run the code on my local server before it's done testing and test it myself, because the code is already implemented, right? So it says substantive projects all have 500 plus articles. So let me bound the test with env caps to validate the pipeline quickly, then reason about the full-scale timing, restarting with smaller caps. Okay. And now it's trying to kill the existing server that it started using pkill. So this is where the agent, has to improvise a little bit. It wants to restart the server. It couldn't restart the server, so now it tries to process kill it. This is exactly why you sometimes need guardrails, because if the agent gets, very frustrated, it may say, okay, I'm going to clean up. I'm going to remove the whole work tree or something. So on the one hand, you can leave it alone and get on with your work. On the other hand, it does pay to, especially if you have disabled the guardrails, to pay attention to what it's doing. Okay. And now it has managed to restart the server. No, it has not. Meh. Okay, how about we start the server for it, and we can tell it, just use the dev server at localhost 9292. How about that?
Does it also save the tests?
Does it save the tests?
So you can rerun them?
Yes. Well, it depends. I mean, there are like ad hoc tests that it just does to figure out if it got the right API thing. And then there's like Ruby tests that should become part of the application, and those persist. Yeah, so it says there's a leftover Puma. Puma is a web server bound to the default instead of this. Let me kill everything. Kill everything. Okay. Okay, kill everything and start it. I mean, I just told it to use the dev server. That's why it exists. But, okay, and now, now it realizes that I pointed it to the dev server, so now I'll start it again. Okay. Yeah. This is all par for the course, this awkwardness, right? On the one hand, it is amazing, magic-like, it does what I mean. And on the other hand, sometimes it's like, oh, where is the server? Kill the server. No, start the server. I don't know. That's how it is with junior developers, human and machine. Okay. I don't know about you, but I have run out of patience. So I'm going to try the local, our local server. I'm just going to try it. Nope. What's happening? It's running the new code. Oh, what? Did you see that? Okay. So we're not seeing anything here, see? There's nothing new here. That's just what we had. Because the new code is already deployed, but the homepage shows the login button because the server has no debug set, and the wiki project pipeline is gated behind auth, meaning it will only show after you've authenticated. Did I ask for that? No. This is just a decision that happened here because, well, not entirely, it didn't just hallucinate this. Remember, the app was empty, but it did have a login button and a login mechanism. So the agent assumed that this sort of thing should be available for logged-in users. In this case, incorrect assumption. I just prepared that OAuth just in case, but it decided to hide it behind auth. So we don't need to gate anything to auth. Show the interface always. Something like that. Yeah, so the agent will surprise you in little ways and large ways like this, right? I was not expecting it to gate it behind the login, but it did, and not entirely unreasonably. I mean, I would have preferred it to ask me, just like it asked me about these other things. It could have asked me, hey, I see there's a login mechanism. Do you want it to only be available to logged-in users? That would have been a good question, but it chose not to ask me. By the way, in your prompt, you can prompt it to be like more careful or more opinionated, right? You can say, if there's any thing any dilemma or anything that you're not sure about, please ask me. I want to make all the decisions. And then it will. Okay, now it says the pipeline works end to end. Wait. And importantly, it's discriminating. Benjamin Franklin and Euro were the two most viewed articles, but got correctly excluded. Their assessments changed within 5 years. That's what we wanted, right? We want those excluded. While the 25 shown are all genuinely stale, sorted by views. 26 seconds for a 600 article slice. The staleness scan is the cost, and it's bounded by max examine. Now applying your two directives. Don't gate on auth. Show the interface always. Let me remove the gating. It understood what I said, and it's removing, see this whole if authenticated? It's removing that. Everything that's in red is out. It's deleting all that code and replacing it with pretty much the same code, just not within the if, right? Now remove the auth gates from the roots, from the routing, and the only remaining authenticated is the helper definition itself. Good, that's what we meant. The dev server has the previous app loaded. Let me check whether it reflects the changes. Plain rackup doesn't hot reload. This is correct, right? So the server that I already have running will still run the version of the code that existed when it was started. And the agent correctly notes this, that we cannot expect the running server to be updated. So we haven't seen anything yet, I understand. I'm testing your patience, but templates reload, but Ruby roots don't. So the home page picks up the new picker, but there's still 302s. Yeah. I'll just restart the server manually. Here we go. And okay. So we have a thing. Let's see. Let's not applaud yet, right? Let's see. All right. So we need to type something. Let's try Ghana. Okay. Okay. Not bad, right? Let's pick that and see what happens. Let's click Show Stale Articles. And now it'll take a while. Remember, it said something like 26 seconds it took to scan all of the articles under Wiki Project Ghana and then find the 25 most read and then look for the ones that have stale assessments. Okay, we have a table. By the way, you can see that it's also kind of reasonably formatted. I did not have to spend any effort at all on creating a reasonable looking web page. It just does that. That's cool. Okay, Ghana football team, Fula people, Asante Empire, etc., etc. Okay? All right. Now, let's pick one. National football team? Okay. So, well, we can look, first of all, let's validate this, right? Let's click the article, Ghana football team. Let's look at the talk page. And it has a B class, okay. And it was last touched 2 years ago, but it wasn't the assessment. Okay, yeah, it had very few edits in the last few years. Good enough for me. Of course, to properly validate it, we should use some kind of blame tool to see when exactly the assessment was changed, but it looks good. Okay, now we want the reassess button. Remember what was our original design? What do we want it to do? No, nothing was what we asked for, but what do we want it to do eventually, now that we're ready for? We want to use, yes, we want to use machine assessment, LiftWing, the new LiftWing service from the foundation, to machine assess this article and then show us what the original rating was, what the machine rating as of now is, and in case it is different, we'll want to go and edit and change it maybe, right? So, time to use a new prompt. And now we have a whole long conversation here, right? With all the futzing around with the server and stuff. We don't want it. We don't want to spend the tokens. We clear. By the way, you can type usage and see how much of your usage you've used. We've used 37% of the usage in the 5-hour window that Claude gives you, and it resets at 6:30 p.m., right? So I still have more than half of my quota, and I'll have that quota again at 6:30 p.m. So I'm doing okay, all right? So what do we want to do now? Now we're starting a new prompt, but with the current state of the code that already gets the list and already has the reassess button, right? So, does anyone want to prompt with me? No?
When a user presses the reassess button,
yeah.
Use the LiftWing assessment
Mm-hmm.
API to calculate the score of the article, also get the original assessment score from the talk page, compare the two, show them to the user, and if it's different, show a indication that there's a discrepancy.
Yes, something like that, absolutely. So yeah, assess the article quality score, retrieve the existing quality score from the article talk page, And then, if the scores differ, right, show the user the existing score and the new score, and show a button leading to the edit or a button allowing the user to edit the article talk page and manually update the assessment. If we have time, maybe we'll also do it automatically and not manually. But this is what we want, right? Something like that. Did I miss anything? Oh, if the scores don't differ, what do I want it to do? I didn't say. If the scores are identical, indicate that. How about that? By the way, what does that mean, indicate that? Could mean anything. Let's see what the agent does with that.
Can you
Yes.
also link back to the lift wing assessment? Does it just give you like a number or like an indication, but also does it give you some kind of metadata? Or?
It does give metadata as well, yes. What metadata did you have in mind, though?
Well, I could imagine maybe something like if it has a report, or it can give you an indication of the things that are.
Oh, yeah, like what to improve. Yeah, but let's not get into that at this point. Okay. Be sure the API request you send has valid parameters. Did I absolutely need to do that? Maybe not. I mean, if it would have not created valid API requests, it would have realized that at the testing stage and iterated until it got it right. But by saying it up front in the prompt, I am instructing the agent to pay extra attention to how it populates the API request. Maybe I'll save myself an iteration this way. Yes, there was. I'll start this and then, yeah, go ahead. Excellent question. Most APIs have limits, rate limits, quantity limits, etc., and you should honor them or you will be kicked out of the internet. So yes, usually when you're just directing your agent, go consume this API, the agent won't necessarily know where to read the limits or the terms of use of the API. In this case, yes, our skills have already included the rate limiting, so we're spared having to think about it. And you can see that it says, I'll start by understanding, and then it says, this is a lift-wing article quality task. Let me load the relevant skill to get the correct API endpoint and parameters, since the prompt stresses valid parameters. Okay? And it reads the skill, and now we'll see what it does with it. Yes?
Yeah, while we're waiting, we can discuss this thing that this is probably the time like people spent in the last decades defining the best practices in software development, like test-driven development, code reviews, documentation. People were probably, most of them were too lazy to implement all these practices. And this is a really good point to ask your agent to do all of that, because there is this description. The agent, in most cases, it's not lazy, and it will pick up these things. So your project, there is a special way to describe it. You can put it in a file in your project to say that, please, not without please.
You're too polite.
Yeah, use test-driven development, right?
Yeah.
first. Documentation. Document your architecture and
also internationalization and accessibility. I think is a very good. This is a very good point.
Yeah. So this is two very good points. First of all, this agent thing is very, very configurable, and you can tell it kind of like permanent preferences, right? You can say to it, everything I ever do, I want you to always test it, always create tests. And you could even create tests before implementing the feature. And you could tell it things like, in this app, never ever use a literal string. Everything has to go through an internationalization library, right? Which is sensible for serious apps or tools, even a small tool that you want to localize, which we, by the way, didn't say here. Okay, it finished thinking in 2 minutes. Let's see what it said. Okay, The skill confirms the right approach. Use the rev scoring article quality model, which returns a discrete grade, matching the talk page class, a post with a body, let me add it, and blah, 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 and it does it. Now the helpers, these are just utility functions returning little bits of code. We don't have to go into that. Generally, of course, I do recommend that you read the code your agent produces, but it also depends on your, what you're doing. If you're doing some throwaway utility and it just does what you want, that's good enough. But if you're putting up a tool, especially if it uses user credentials and makes edits on behalf of other users, you want to be a lot more careful. Okay, so there's a function here that calls liftwing, retrieves an article quality. It adds a root to the application. It adds a view to show us the user interface. It wants to verify that it's parsing. And it rendered correctly. And okay. And my manager writes, oh God. That could mean any number of things. Okay, let's forget that. So 2 design notes. By the way, sometimes it implements something and then it kind of leaves you food for thought. Anonymous liftwing access works within the public rate limits, so this doesn't require the logged in user's OAuth token. If you'd prefer to gate reassess behind login, that's a small change. So, liftwing is a very powerful system and we want to prevent abuse, so we don't let the whole world use our machine learning infrastructure. So you get more access and a better rate limit if you do log in, which we are ready to do. Okay, and the edit button opens Wikipedia's editor rather than making the edit via the API, matching your manually update wording. If you'd rather have the tool write the assessment directly via OAuth, the agent understands that that would require authenticating as a user, I can wire that up instead. Want me to run the app locally? No, thank you, I'll run it myself. But let's see how it behaves now. We still have a few minutes, and we have a tool that already does something, but it would be nice if it actually does the reassessment. In the meantime, sorry, what? Oh, yeah, it finished. Okay. So, Ghana national football team, let's reassess it and see what happens. Well, hey, check it out. The current revision from Liftwing gets good article, but at 50% confidence. Good article, bad article. But the assessments differ anyway. And now we can click edit and go to the talk page and update. Of course, we shouldn't do that without actually looking at the article, right? So let's look at the article very briefly. Okay. It is detailed. It has footnotes. And is reasonably up to date. Yeah, I would say that's definitely no longer a B article. As for good article, obviously that's a community process. So we shouldn't update it to good article. And we should probably, tell our tool that we don't change into good article. But the principle, you understand, right? We have, without writing a line of code, created a tool that does something useful, goes to a wiki project, retrieves stale assessment list. This is you can imagine that the national football team is a high traffic article. And it is, people are being told on the talk page that it's a B-class article, which is kind of unfair. So we could keep building this tool. We could, for example, add some kind of semi-automated initiation of a good article discussion. We could make it automatically update up to good article, excluding good article, from, stub to C-class or something like that. We won't have time to implement it right now, so I'm just spelling it out. One last thing I want to demonstrate here. All of this was on my, oh, sorry, I didn't mean it to be so small. Yeah, all of this was on my home machine, and we can commit all of this, commit with two A's, right? Live demo for the win. Okay, and push it to Wikimedia's GitLab service. Okay, and having done that, something amazing can happen. We can SSH into ToolForge, and sorry, I'll make this larger again. And this is my favorite command, become ToolX. Okay, now I am ToolX. And I have here a little script called update and deploy, and all it does is call these commands in ToolForge. They're documented in ToolForge. I won't bore you with them, but they basically rebuild and redeploy the tool, right? So let's call that. It'll take a few minutes, which we have. Yes, I am become ToolX. And so it'll take, I don't know, 3 or 4 minutes, and it will deploy the current version of our tool from GitLab, not from your computer, right? So, that's why I had to commit and push to GitLab first. And it has a whole bunch of output, but once it is done, with any luck, we will see our 100% AI-generated tool, with a little bit of supervision, running on ToolForge. And again, there's already an OAuth kind of wired there that we could get to work. You know what? I don't know. No, let's not do that now. But yeah, as you can see, I'm like this close to making it use your account. The OAuth authentication already works. We just have to tell it, yes, get people to log in before you do the reassessment, and then it'll work that way. Oh, yeah, it's ready. Hey, what do you say? Is this going to work? This is on toolforge.org. Hey! And I don't know, let's pick, let's pick something smaller. Madagascar? Too small. No assessed articles. Okay. So, yeah, this should work the same, of course, as it did on my computer, but should is the operative word. Anyway, now it's public. I'm going to share in a few minutes on Telegram the repository of ToolX, so you can browse the code if you like. Someone already shared the skills, Andrew Lee's skills that you can install easily on your Claude or other agent. And look at that, it kind of seems to work. Let's reassess the same article. Now, I want to stress, some of you may be thinking, oh, that looks doable. I can speak English, and I can just write something to the computer and get it to build a tool. Well, yes, you can, but it actually takes some skill. I mean, I was able to interpret everything it said to me, all the terms, I also was able to identify when it got stuck in a stupid loop that I could just break and use my superior human intelligence to get things done faster. If you have no programming experience, it'll be harder for you. But I'm not discouraging you from trying. Just bear that in mind and be especially careful if you're trying to build anything that other people use with their own credentials, etc. Then you really, really want someone experienced taking a look at the code before you enable it. And it's thinking and it's working, but this should work as well. Thank you. We have 5 minutes for questions, comments, yeah.
Yeah, what I would do as a kind of final step, I would start a new session, switch to the most advanced model I have access to, and ask to it to review all the code. And then what I don't understand, ask to explain what are the consequences, and
yeah. Thank you. That's an excellent, already established best practice in agent coding, is especially because I didn't read almost any of the code here, to again benefit from the machine and have another model or the best model I have access to just read the whole thing and code review it. And I do this regularly, and I'm very happy with the code review machines do. It often catches things that are just too boring for me to think of because I'm very focused on, the app doing what I want it to do. And maybe I'm not thinking about, I don't know, leaking a file handle, but the code review is fastidious, and it says, well, you may be leaking a file handle here. And the best thing, when it tells you that, you can play Captain Picard and just say, make it so. Fix the file handle leak, right? So you don't even have to fix the mistakes that it finds. But again, it's not a completely free lunch. I mean, again, I happen to be a programmer with 30-something years of experience. So when I look at the code, when I look at the code review, I can assess it. Is it real? Sometimes it would say, in a particular case, this might cause that, and to defend against it, you have to add a whole protective layer. And then my experience allows me to say, yeah, okay, theoretically true, but I know my application and my use case, and that extreme case will never happen, and I don't need to add all that complication, right? A non-programmer may go, oh, wow, there's a risk here. Yeah, please add the thing, right? So what I'm telling you, again, is not don't use it if you're not experienced. What I'm telling you is the more experienced you are in programming, the higher value you get from these agents. But yeah, code for the win. This works on ToolForge. The demo gods have smiled on us. Happy to stay in touch. Write to me, write to Andrew, to other people who are practitioners, and experiment while it's cheap. Thank you. Thank you.
I announced the Telegram group, the AI Telegram.
Yeah.
Hello. Just, if you guys want to keep in touch, we do have a Telegram AI group, and we're starting to talk more about code and using these tools. So if you're not there, go to the Telegram AI group and join us.
Yeah.
Thanks.
If you don't know where that is, go to Meta, page Telegram. It's listed. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. A little bit of an announcement. If you like puzzle and would like to help build a large globe puzzle, you can go tomorrow at 1 to 5 p.m. Outside and then join the group photo. Tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow.
At 5.
5.
Yeah.
Quite possibly. I think a lot of, but even then, it could become prompt-a-thon and a quiz. You could bring the things you got stuck with that you couldn't get your agent to do. You could bring them to a hackathon and help your agent.
Exactly, because that means 5 skilled programmers start explaining to the same AI what they want, and they do
Hey, it's funny, man.
and